And we are good.
Ran by myself and the now four adventurers, Basil, Reyna, Milo, and Hallward. Uh, and names are on the screen. Last week, it was it was eventful. It was a little bit dramatic as the group continued on their tracking mission, hunting down who planted the chupacabras or who was responsible for the planning of chupacabras. Wasn't too long before the sounds of epic battle, unlike which is usually heard in these Eelfell realm lands, the sounds of pitched skirmishing combat. Uh, there was some mix-ups on what to do. Some people wanted to hold back, some people wanted to push forward. Either way, some people arrived quicker than others. Some people realized things that others didn't. Basil realized that one of the individuals, a dark armored figure, very cliche Dark Knight type vibe to it, um, had some type of demonic presence, fiendish presence uh, on an insignia, which sprung him forward to lead on the offensive. Um, the combat was confusing, but it appeared to be a bunch of mediocre skilled adventuring groups against two much higher level combatants, one of which was the dark armored figure who was waylaying into people way less trained than them, and the other was some type of robed caster, not the elf that the group has been asking about, but somebody else, some other magically capable being, summoning shields to deflect, arcane missiles flung at them from lesser capable casters. Armor was breaking arrows and deflecting sword blows as these, more common lackey type adventurers were just getting shaft, just getting mowed down. Basil sprung into action, drew a very crucial blow from one of the adventurers to himself, which hit him very hard in the face. The group sprung into action, not sure what to do, though, as a lightning bolt was cast. Very powerful magic in comparison to what the party's been seeing. Melted a good chunk of the individuals before crackling into the hill. Um, from there, the group brought the attack to the mage, who was forced to magically teleport before all of the people could be killed. Uh, though some people took a hefty toll, some people paid with their lives, the party was mostly critically unharmed, except for some cuts and bruises. Um, Furthermore, they investigated the matter and learned that some of these people had been paid to plant the chupacabras around, and that those people attacking them, the lightning bolt caster and the dark armored knight, who ended up revealing themselves to be a female, um, were the ones who were supposed to pay them, and instead turned on them. The two who survived were then employed as kind of spies to report to the party when it was convenient to happen for future information on this cult that is spreading through this once peaceful country land. Thank you for listening to my Tolkien rant. Let's play some D&D.
Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm just posting that we're live. You guys go ahead.
I think we picked up. We were going to their camp and resting in their campsite.
Yeah,
their
short
campsite
rest.
was
We short rested.
Yeah, that was.
I'm actually full health now.
Yeah, you were going over to the campsite
Yeah.
where the skirmish had happened. And this was a dramatic scene, the scent of charred flesh is still in the air in some spots where that lightning bolt evaporated two people nearly. And the burn pockmark on the hillside in that area is still, there's still a light smoke almost coming from it because of the heat that struck this ground. And the dead are still being partially dealt with. There might even be a couple bodies that no one cared about that are still off to the side that you see as you cross the campsite. So it's not the best area to be in, but it's quiet right now, other than the sounds of some wildlife in the distance. That's the scene. Very different.
I'm probably just patching up my wounds right now.
Yeah, I talked to Milo last session. I talked to Basil. I'll follow back up with Raina because I gave her a quick little talk, but I'll scurry on over.
Screw.
How you hanging? How you holding up?
Oh, well, you know, the healing really helped out a lot, so I'm not hurt anymore. That was a little scary, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing Basil get hit like that, I hesitated. I was scared to, die.
I mean, that's understandable. I mean, it's a dangerous world, and like I said earlier about groups, they don't always end up with the heroic title and the fame and glory. They usually end up dead in a ditch. So you need to tell me. I'll try to address the rest. We need to figure out how to work together to be a group if we're gonna be this fucking thing. We need to figure out our strengths, our weaknesses. We need to lay it all on the line. So next time we come to this situation, we're not frozen. We don't get, killed.
Remind me, do we know anything about Howard's past? Like, do we, the characters, know who you were? Like what your title was, what your rank was, like all that kind of stuff? We don't know any of that. So we just know you as a bartender?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Milo will
Basil
just...
doesn't really know about the bartending thing yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milo will just...
Yeah, nobody would have business on that, really, I don't think.
Milo will just, like, lift his head, and he still looks kind of, like... I don't know if dejected is the right word, but just stressed, anxious. Like, what you know what I'm trying to say. But he'll just say, well, do you have any suggestions? I mean, are you experienced in leading at all? Or is, like, I mean, you're kind of taken on that role without being asked, despite the fact that, like, you didn't want to be a group. You seem like you know something.
It's not that I have experience leading. It's just you two are shocked. Basil's over there getting patched up because he got fucked up, and I'm the only one real enough to say something about it.
Well, I mean, shocked obviously is an adequate way of putting it, but this is my third fight I've been in with you, and the second one followed an explosion. Like, we were surprised, and I wasn't as shocked then as I was now. So I don't think it's the battle that was shocking. I think, like you're saying, it was the way we went about it, and yeah, it's important to discuss how we do this in the future.
Yeah. I'll say this right now. I don't want to be a leader of this group. I have experience. I'm an aged individual, Milo. I'm just used to death. Death isn't something foreign to me. It's just I know the outcomes of what happened today. If we all freeze up like that, one of us dies. I mean, how do we deal with that? How would you deal with that?
I mean, now that I think about it, I don't know that freezing up is the right way of putting it, because I didn't want to go in. When Basil went in, I made it clear that I personally meant no harm, that he did not speak for me, because I was unaware of what was going on in this. I don't think it was freezing. I think I made a decision. And I was prepared to stick to that until you kind of rallied the troops there. I mean, it wasn't freezing, it was... I needed convincing. And you did that. You did a good job of it, too. I mean, we won, fortunately. If winning is what we were going for. I don't know if that's the right word either. But it went in our favor, I guess is a better way of putting it. Because it wasn't our fight. We made it our fight. We saved 2 people. And that's great. We didn't know who we were saving. I mean, that's something. But we still saved 2 people. And from what I understand, they're grateful. Right? They've decided...
I would hope.
They've at least communicated that they've decided to change their ways and to go in a different direction. I guess we just have to believe them. But yeah, I mean, like you said, there needs to be more... I get it. It was heat of the moment. Snap decision. I understand. And it went okay. But, like I said, it was not a matter of freezing. I made a decision, and whether or not it was the right one, it doesn't matter at this point.
I mean, it was your decision, as you said. And I find a little bit of, I find a little bit of trust from a man that can stick to his decision. So, good on you.
Well, I mean, it's something like this, there's obviously more at stake, but it's not all that different from hunting, right? I think the difference here is that what I would have done, like I do with hunting, is I would have snuck up. Not ran in there shouting words and making myself known. But, people do things differently. I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying, Basil, that you did the wrong thing. Or you did it the wrong way. I'm just saying that's not the way I would have done it. But, like I said, I wouldn't have gone in there to begin with, so... I don't know. I mean, I think we've gotten the point across that we could have done things differently, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Yes, it doesn't matter. We're on the other end of it now. I'm glad we survived.
I would just like to input that well, I know it's over and done with, but what if these people we fought would end up being a lot stronger than we thought and killed one of us?
I mean, that's a great point. That's a good question.
That is all I can think of. Like, what if? I know it didn't happen, but one day if we rush into a battle, one of us could die from just rushing in. So I just think we should at least all try to agree on strategies going ahead.
Milo just nods. Reaches
But
over
yeah.
and just pets Nyx. And...
What do you suggest?
Well, I know we need to find this, what is it, a caravan, whatever, I forgot. Hold on. From the one dude. We also need to find Theodora. So, let's just try to plan accordingly as we proceed.
How do you suggest strategically we approach a fight?
Well, it depends on the situation, of course. I mean, if we're just ambushed, there's nothing we can really do. We kind of have to fight. But if we have an opportunity to sneak up and assess the situation, then we should probably do that. And I know you're gonna say I wanted to save everybody, but not everyone can be saved. And that's just how unfair the world is.
Basil, I think she put forth a really good question. Like, you didn't know how strong these individuals were. What if they were, like, much, much, much stronger than you and we all just died? Like, how did you know? I mean, sure, I understand they were they fiends or devils or
They were
demons?
servants of some fiend.
Right.
There was a symbol along their plate armor.
So did you know how strong they were, or were you just hoping that you were strong enough to best them?
I didn't know how strong they were, but I couldn't just leave those people to die.
But you didn't know whether or not they were
Right.
right. So you chose a side. I understand that. I mean, in a situation like this, if there's one side and another side, I mean, you could remain neutral or you could pick a side.
I did,
you did
ask before I did ask. I was like, who do you serve?
Right.
And then,
No, yeah, you understood. I mean, you chose a side based on your knowledge, on what you knew. But I think what you're ultimately asking is, if we see someone's in trouble, how do we approach it? That's tough because we don't know what we'd be up against. We'd hope. And I understand that's probably part of being religious, right? I mean, you're hoping that your deity is on your side and your choices that you make are the right ones, and that's fair, but like she said, we can't just keep running in hoping.
All right. I can use discretion if the situation calls for it.
Well, I guess a better question is do any of us have anything at our disposal to assess from a distance? Right. Or, I mean, assessment or not, do we go in more quietly next time instead of shouting at them and making ourselves known?
There's also, besides this saving of lives, I believe that if we had just let them die, we wouldn't have gotten as much information, right? Or if we had been too late. I know, it's like...
I didn't think we were gonna let them die, just, a few reminders of why we were trying to get what we need to get done, but like I said, not everyone can be saved.
Oh, I'm under no illusion, but I will save those who can be.
I think the issue's not the right word. I think it's situational. It really depends on whether or not we're going into a battle between two sides and we have to pick one, or whether, we're going up against a foe and we're the other side, right? It's situational, and it's really tough to figure out how to approach a situation on the fly. And I mean, now that we're talking, it's obviously really hard to figure out how to approach a situation when we all have different beliefs and we all have a different way of approaching things in general. I don't know. I suppose it kind of feels like we cross that bridge when we get there again. I don't know what else to say at this point. Like, what I'm trying to say is things went decently. They could have gone better, they could have gone worse. Like, that's the luck of the draw, but I don't think rushing into every battle is the answer.
Well, I'm pretty sure he gets the point. Next time, I don't want to threaten you or anything, but next time I might not join, and you might die. So, keep that in mind.
You've already given me that expectation.
Okay, well, I'm not being hostile, but I just don't want to die.
It sounds like you are.
Well,
Well, you
I
can.
think she's just saying that
I-
that we came to your aid this time, but it's gonna be a struggle to continue to come to your aid if you keep choosing the same path. That's all. It's not. She's not threatening. She's not telling you she's gonna kill you. She's saying it's gonna be difficult to continue to.
You're going to have to. Go ahead.
I just want to let you know that I'm not as brave as you or Hal or even Milo. I might just not come, and I just want to let you know that if we can't figure out how to defeat our enemies, it's something I need to work on, but I can't always promise.
I understand. I'm prepared to die.
Before we go, that's good. Before we go on a longer tangent, we all have a moral compass that we follow. Impulses usually lead our hearts in the way they're going to go. But we need to figure out what our strengths are and what our weaknesses are if we're going to continue to travel. I know what my strengths and weaknesses are.
Like I mentioned earlier, I can protect you. I was not saying that out of some charm.
So you are our shield.
Of sorts.
Well, I would just like to say that that battle, I was real close to not making it, so didn't feel like I was being protected. But thank you very much.
You did run into melee
Yes.
range to the person. But
It is your job to stay behind a shield. If you extend your arm in front of it, well, I've done as much as I can do.
Noted.
I think Reina. I mean, I think what he's trying to say is there are certain ways to go about fighting a battle, and I have hunting on my side, so I know that I need to stay at range because I'm not prepared to like fist fight a wolf, right?
Well, I almost killed that mage, so
Oh, no one's doubt you did a great job. No one's saying you didn't. But I think you and I are probably.
I think that's ended this discussion. Let's go.
Wait,
She
why?
walks off.
our weakness is her impulsiveness.
She walks off.
Milo's just like turns to Nix. He's like, wasn't I being like awfully diplomatic? Wasn't I like approaching that really well, right? Like I was trying to like be the. Nix is like, huh?
So disputing tactics, the party gets their short rest for sure. There is no bullshit along the.
Except the bullshit they came to me with, you know? Yeah.
Except what?
I said except the bullshit they came to me with. I'm joking.
Did you, whenever... Basil, did you tell us about you said something about the sigil or the markings that they had?
Yeah, I mentioned it, yeah.
Okay.
I mentioned it afterwards.
Okay, I'm going to sketch a picture of that.
Yeah, make a fuck. What would it be? Make a perception check,
Perception check, okay.
Basil.
Oh.
The reason being is to how well he remembers the sigil.
I did write it on my note. I guess I sent that off, but
I got a picture of it too. Looks like an unknown. Pokemon.
perception.
Actually, yeah, you can know it. Actually, that's
13.
fair. You did write it on the note. I forgot you wrote it on the note. Yeah, you're fine, bro. You remember what it looks like, so he can get a sketch. I forgot you wrote I forgot
Star's
certain
got it on her
details. You're right. You know.
Star has it drawn. Boop.
This?
I have it drawn too, but there's a bunch of pictures around it.
Yeah, I think it's that.
What's in there?
It's also if you watch the stream, it's also literally on the graph.
Oh.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
hey, look, it's an image channel.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, I'll I can't read it right now, but when I get back into town and I get some salt on me, I can read it for you.
Did you, Basil, this is me out of character, did you, explain, like, was there a name for the sigil? Was there, like, any, like, are you able to go into detail, I guess is a better question?
I didn't. I don't think I recognized it or
Okay.
anything. I just knew that it radiated a fiendish energy.
Okay, that was it. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like, you knew exactly what the symbol was, or if it was just like, yeah, you grazed the... Gotcha.
Alright, before we leave this, like, campsite, can I just do one last, like, look around to see if there's any other tracks, because they were meeting here for something. Can I find tracks from where they would have came from? Like, not from where we came, but, like, other footprints, any kind of distinguishable footprints?
Yeah, you can make a survival or perception check or investigation check. Any of that. I mean, this is technically a fucking crime scene, so investigation has to be appropriate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A 13.
Yeah. Because these guys camped, and it was a battle, and there's just tracks everywhere. You're not sure where anybody specifically came from, or if they all came from different directions. There's a lot of just tracks in this whole area. You kind of go in circles a little bit.
Okay, solid.
But you see that there's tracks at least.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'd come back to the party. So, are we going back to the farmer and then getting back on track, or?
Why would we go back to the farmer?
Oh yeah, we can just go straight there. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I don't know that we have any more leads on where they went. Just something to note. They do know what we look like now.
Yeah.
And they I don't know if it was they orchestrated the news on the bridge, but maybe they already knew. Who knows?
I'm sure there's a connection somewhere.
Perhaps.
Alright, well, I'm ready to go.
I'll mount up on Thunder.
I'll go get my one-eyed horse back.
Thunder. Feel the thunder.
I guess I'll on the kind of like the area map, the region map of Ilfil, the King of Ilfil. Were we about to be to the bridge, or were we like halfway at the halfway point to that bridge? Tom.
Where in the one map?
Yeah, and the regional map that has all those towns and stuff in the King.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me take a look.
Because I think we were headed to the bridge.
I know about where you are, but not on that map.
Okay.
I gotta take a look.
I was just asking so I could. I'm basically just gonna try to get the group back on track to go to.
No, you're good.
To the swamplands. To
the
Louisiana.
swamplands.
To Louisiana.
Donkey.
Oh God, we find Shrek.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'd be
we're not
probably heading there.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me 1 second, Hallward. I can send. Actually, Jacob, I can send you something that your character would have some knowledge on.
Ooh. Okay. It's a collection of eye patches.
It is. That is what it is.
Pick a color, any color. So I guess I'll go over with everyone. So we do know. So Greensville and Dewcrest, that was the inns. The inns there. That's where we find the thieves, like the little black rose on the side of the door. Do you remember that or no?
Oh,
It was from
he detailed a bunch of the hideouts.
Jonathan and
Right.
Heron.
Heron, yeah.
Yeah, so he says something about Greensville and Greensville and Dewcrest Inns. We can find the sigil,
And he,
a black flower pinned on the left side of the door.
what
Do
was
you
it?
remember what that was? That for just was that just for like the underground black market, like Thieves Guild kind of information trade, or was it for the cults in particular?
They had all like particular specialties
Okay,
on each one.
because I'm gonna ask about a bug problem.
And then our
Hmm.
friend, was it Heron? He went to Lakeside.
Jonathan was the one that was.
Someone went to Lakeside.
Yeah,
Or
Heron.
Lake-
Heron did,
Heron.
yeah.
Jonathan was the shy one, the battle scarred one.
Yeah,
And he's a nil, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna go to Niln, which is the north corner of the giant lake that borders the Eelfell region. It goes all the way up north. It's Eelfell is kind of at the south tier of the lake, and the lake goes. It's a gigantic fucking lake in terms of geography spacing.
Okay.
But all the way north, where it meets and it empties like into a river, and the river goes, the whole rest of the length of the world, all the way through the Wood Elf Forest to the far, far east. Niln is in that area where it becomes a river, and the lake empties. That is where Niln is. It's pretty far away in terms of traveling, but it's a whole different area, a whole different kingdom. The Eelfell King does not rule that territory. That is a whole different government. That's a whole different ordeal.
Okay. So we have those two things. Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
No, you're good. That was it.
So we have that potential thread. We got to figure out what's going on with the wagon situation, and we talk to find the one-handed ranger in Swamp Town that can guide us through the marshes or swamps. So that's a potential.
Well, isn't that what we were doing?
Mhm.
Or was it finding Theodora?
We were finding the wagon.
Yeah, we need to go
Okay.
find it.
But there was connection with Theodora.
Yeah.
So, Jacob, the map I'm about to post, I'm gonna put in the images or in the channel where the images are. But really, your character is about the only one that has knowledge of this about like the geographical layout, because you've done patrols. But I'm gonna put it in there just so everybody can see it. And I forgot to export the damn map. I thought I did. I gotta export the image. HD export so that. Yeah, there we go. This is more high def. Hang on. I can get you higher def maps, man. I realized the problem, Craig. My dumbass wasn't hitting the fucking hi-fi button for the good pixelage.
Yeah.
That'll do it, bro. I thought I was. Give me 1 second. Yep.
No, and
I
it's,
see.
it's interesting. Like,
No.
you put a picture
trying to
in and
figure
you're
out
like,
what I
oh,
was
that
doing.
looks okay. And then you export
And
the
then it's
video and you're
garbage.
like, oh my god, that looks fucking terrible. So in all of that conversation, the initial conversation, the short rest conversation, was there any semblance of Basil, like, not necessarily apologizing, but like expressing any understanding of where the rest of us were coming from? Or was it all, I was right and you guys you need to catch up?
I think you probably. I don't know, how well do you read? No, I think you guys probably got a lot of I was right, but I think he said he did acquiesce at points. He was like, I can use discretion.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Yeah.
So
see.
in the map I just posted,
Yes.
the Black Sword is where that skirmish took place, and you guys are basically camping right nearby there. That's where you're at. There's a few little house icons to symbolize that there's collections of like either ranches or farmland scattered throughout, and windmills and things like that. So there are collections of like people in tiny, hamlets, where there's, maybe less than 100 people living here and there scattered throughout the roads.
Yeah.
But this area is a little bit less populated. There's not a whole lot of farming land, more fertile, wheat farming and crop farming. That's all more.
Oh, we're losing you.
Western.
I think your microphone's slowly going away.
Shit. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
I don't know what the hell. I don't know why it does that. I apologize.
Yeah, just as you were speaking, it was getting quieter and more broken up.
That's wild. I wasn't even doing nothing. All right. But yeah, all the fertile cropland is more to the east towards Eelfell, slightly to the north of Eelfell. This is like the western hill land area before you start getting into the like borderlands of Fairwood. This land is just more, pastures and ranches and goat farming, but it's still somewhat populated, just less croppy, less farm-like, less populated even. But you're going up, if you were going to the swamps up north for the mission, you just gotta get back on the path or cut through the wildlife, as you can see, or cut through the countryside, I guess you can say, and go up towards Hemlock.
I would say we would probably. I think Howard would probably keep y'all off the main road, off the road path until we run back into the path. Kind of like go like directly north, like from the.
I have a couple unmarked territories too.
That's fine.
The fortress little place where the two rivers kind of snake out into the Little Pike River. That's Pyre Hill. That's basically the maximum security prison of the Eelfell realm lands.
Ooh.
If you're real bad and they're not gonna just immediately kill you, you're going there. That type of shit.
Bad boy.
Yeah, that's where the real bad boys get housed. And bad girls, because there's women criminals too in Eelfell. It happens. Yep, moving on.
Yeah, but as I was saying, I feel like from where the sword icon is, we wouldn't go back to the path. We'd just go straight up, like north, until we hit the path, and then we go through the path, go over the bridge, and then go to the left up that way to him, like pretty much the middle route up to Hemlock.
Yeah, it's not really that hard to navigate the countryside. Like where you're going, you have an idea of the layout.
I taste the dirt,
and,
smell the land. And stuff.
Yeah. Just humor me and roll survival checks. If y'all roll like real bad, or if you want to follow someone's lead and have one person roll, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure no real bad roll gets had, or like something like that. You never know what happens out in the wild trying to find your way. Maybe you go the wrong way and you end up in a coyote den or something. Who knows? Just.
Are we all rolling?
All of us?
No, not all of you guys.
Okay.
One person can do it.
Oh, I thought you said all of us. Sorry.
Yeah, I did say that at first, but this isn't a skill challenge. If Milo or anybody,
I could do it, but I could also just like.
And I'm giving advantage on it too. I'm only doing this because there is a chance that stuff can happen out in the wilds, and as long as it's not a terrible roll, and you're getting advantage on it because Howard knows the area. As long as it's not a bad roll, there isn't going to be any punishment.
Do you guys mind me rolling?
Go for it.
If you want to do it.
Yeah, it's not really like a hardened skill challenge or anything like that, so not everybody has to roll.
14?
That's good. You managed to move on the path north. Now you're saying you're not gonna go immediately to the path. You're just gonna like cut up northwards.
Pretty much just go from that sword directly up till we get to the path, the dirt path.
Sure.
So pretty much like run into where the building before the bridge is at. That little cottage or farm, and then go across.
Yeah. Yeah. You spend a good chunk of the day, just going kind of straight north, and before the sun goes down, you do find the dirt road leading northwards, towards the bridge. But it takes a good chunk of the day because you're not like cutting to try to make it quick. And you see some wildlife. Nothing disturbs you. It's just a quiet trip through the countryside. That's really about it. Only people you see are like off in the distance doing their own things. Maybe they're just riding. Maybe they're hunting or ranging. Who knows? But no one really pays you any heed. You're the only adventuring party or group traveling through these parts of the land. And it starts getting to night when you get to the road, and you're kind of on the cusp of where there's a group of houses. You see them out in the distance along the road. You could try to camp out there, see what's up, or you could just camp out here nearby, or you could keep going. That's kind of the atmosphere.
Remind me, speak with animals lasts until you rest, right? Like if you cast it, you're good until you long rest. Is that right? I'm reading it. It takes 10 minutes for me to cast it, but I don't see it.
It lasts 10 minutes.
It only lasts 10 minutes?
It says duration 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Let me go on. Let me
The only
do a
reason
second.
the only reason I'm questioning it is because in Baldur's Gate you literally get it until you long rest, and I don't know what kind of liberties they've taken in that game to
For what?
speak with animals.
It probably should have a timer.
Well, yeah, it says duration 10 minutes. I thought that meant casting time, but yeah,
Well, you
casting
do
time.
it.
Oh God!
casting
No,
time
casting time is one action.
Yeah, I see
it
that
can be
now.
casted as a ritual, and either way, no matter how you cast it, the spell lasts for 10 actual minutes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I did 2 checks, and both of them gave me that info. I can't speak on Baldur's Gate though. They might have just made it a better
I think-
spell to give you more RP feel in the game.
I think they changed it. Yeah.
That's
Alright.
fair. Nope, noted. That'd be a good spell though if you could just cast it and speak with animals all day.
All
long.
day, yeah, that would be amazing.
Oh, that's a staple for non-druids, man, and even druids.
Yeah,
Talk to the worm, please.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, no, staple
dark.
for druids. No, staple for druids. What am I talking about? Staple for druids. They would need it.
Look, it's this way.
So we're still traveling.
Just
Right?
galloping.
Yeah.
You guys finally got to the path. You see that there's like a little bit further to the north. There's or not to the north, a little bit like to the south because you were going up straight. A little bit to the south, there's a collection of houses. Not unlike what you've seen so far, just typical, wood and straw and stone structures. Ranch by the looks of it. Nothing unlike what you haven't seen.
Are these sheep? Oh, sorry, my bad, Tyler.
I was just gonna say, are we resting soon? Is it about night?
It's getting there.
Okay.
As we're going, are we passing? Is it just all goats, or is there like sheep farms, cows?
It looks like there's horses here and there's some sheep. But like I said, it looks like that there's a collection of just houses rather than like before you were staying and it was just one guy's sort of big property with his prize winning livestock. This is more of like a collection of ranchers and that type of thing.
As we're
and-
passing the ranchers, like especially the ones with sheep, I would. We don't have to RP or anything. I basically would want to approach the door, knock on it, and ask the guy if I could buy some fleece off of one of his sheep.
Mm.
Just like a chunk of fleece.
Yeah, sure. I'll make a persuasion check first. Let's see how you come off to this guy.
So just an FYI, while he's doing that, if we're stopped, I would have Nyx kind of go out
Right.
and try to hunt for like some food for when we camp.
Sure.
And I would just say to her, please don't kill like any farmers' animals. Like stick to rabbits that are wild, rats, whatever. Just please don't kill anybody's livestock.
Roll survival for Nyx,
Okay.
and we'll get to that as soon as
Yeah.
I'm done with the persuasion check.
Yeah,
What did
so-
Howard get?
So I rolled a nat 20.
Oh wow!
So the
Nice.
25. So basically, this is how I imagine. I just walk up, he opens the door. Hey, I need some fleece. Oh, thank you.
He looks at you and he goes. He recognizes you. This is like the guy who answers the door was
Mhm.
like used to be in the military, and
Mhm.
he like retired around when you started. And he's like, Howard, shit, yeah, I actually do have some extra. What have you been up to? You don't even remember this guy's name, but
No.
you remember seeing him in the military.
I would say I think you have me confused with someone. Sorry. I get that.
Look,
I get that a lot.
sure, man. Like how much you need though? I got
just
quite
need,
a bit.
I just need like a handful. I don't need a.
Yeah, sure. Anything for an old military. Anything for that.
I
Sure.
think you're confused, but I appreciate.
I'll be right
it.
back. He
All right.
closes the door real quick,
Hal!
and he disappears in the house. What did Nyx get on her survival check?
16.
Yeah, she's out hunting. And she gets like a big ass squirrel man within like a few minutes. She's out there like, she disappears around a few like hills and bushes, and there's trees out in the back, and within a few minutes she ends up coming back before Howard's encounter's over. This guy soon comes back, and he's just got he has a fresh amount of fleece, and it's just not like an obnoxious amount, but it's a little bit. He's like here, I got a bunch of buyers lined up, and somebody donated some to me. I have too much of it. It's just here. I'm good. That's what your nat 20 gets you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, this Howard guy, dude. I don't know that guy, but
Oh, Hal!
here's a gold. I'll give him a gold. Here's a gold piece for your business. I'll give him a gold.
Oh, he does take it, and he thanks you very much. He's like, oh, that was not necessary at all, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Wife would kill me if I turned down free gold.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
You too. He shuts the door.
All right, guys, let's go.
That took forever.
That's right. Wow. Tally ho!
Right.
Very nice.
I don't know shit about how much fleece weighs. I was just looking that up really quick.
Probably not a whole lot.
I would have
Yeah,
brought
no,
the majority back to the party. Like I would have took the little bit that I needed and said, "Here, do with whatever you want with it. Make a nice pillow for Nyx or something."
Yeah,
Nice.
it's definitely enough for like a pillow or something. If you're trying to make some big ass blanket, that ain't gonna happen. But like, there's enough there to make something out of for sure.
Let's put it in our packs for now, and if fleece comes up, we have fleece, right? I don't
We
think
start a
Nyx
nice
needs a
fire.
pillow, and Nyx is my pillow, so
Start a fire with it.
yeah. We continue on.
Yes. Further.
Well,
So are you guys going through the night, or are you gonna camp
Oh
out?
no.
we're
Oh,
okay.
is it
if
night?
it's getting late.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's starting to get late.
Yeah, we will absolutely camp.
Oh. And nothing attacks us in the night.
Do we not want to talk more around the campfire?
30 minutes about maybe we should figure out
No,
what
no.
we should do next time.
No, I think there's more interesting things that we could talk about than strategizing.
Sure.
But I would Oh, excuse you. I'm trying to think. No, I won't. That's all right.
I
You're
won't
not
think.
gonna think.
No. I thought about it, but I'm not gonna do what I was thinking about.
What do you know? What are you
No.
hiding?
It's not. No, it's not that. It would just be like I was considering whether or not I wanted to cast Speak with Animals and have a conversation with Nyx, but I'm not drunk enough to do a back and forth
To
between me
talk
and
to
a
yourself.
cat.
Mm.
Not real life.
Oh man.
I will,
Pretty good
as
at
we,
it though.
as we do settle down for the night to sleep, Howard would probably be like, in his own little cot or whatever the hell we have, however we have this set up around the campfire, and then I would just be casting with my bit of fleece I got. I would like tuck it under my eye patch, and you would see like there'd be like a glowing behind my eye patch, and then I'd see like there'd be just like the head, the robed figure, like just floating around like as a minor illusion, just floating in front of me, just watching it, trying to just remember.
A what figure?
The robed figure from the fight,
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
mage. Yeah.
Balding, gray hair, about 6'2". Yeah, we're sleeping. Are we keeping watch? We doing that?
I'll take
Is there
the
a
first
watch order?
I'll take the first one.
Actually, I have
That's
one
fine.
question.
Here.
As a DM, do you require rangers to replenish their arrows, or is that kind of a?
I mean,
If so,
It's
if
not-
we're camping,
it is-
I would make arrows for myself.
it is not that detrimental to me right now because they are so inexpensive that like really unless you go through some hardcore arrows and you are somewhere where you can't fucking get arrows, I'm not gonna keep hard track of it.
Okay.
I'm imagining you're stocking up and being like, yo, you're going to, common folk being like, hey, can I buy 3 arrows off you? I use 3 out in the wilderness and shit like that, so that you're keeping a full quiver.
Okay.
So that's how I feel about it.
Okay,
Currently, it's not a problem.
So like once we get into the swamp, it might be a different story, type of thing.
I mean, once you're out somewhere for multiple days
Okay.
and you haven't passed anywhere where you could buy them, like then it starts becoming crafting them, being very careful with them and keeping track of them. But like this, nah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Watch order, if any.
I'll go first. I
Sure.
don't mind.
I'll go last.
Me and Nyx will go in between.
Sure.
That's what she said.
I'll take whatever is
Not
left.
with a cat, Hal. Not with a cat.
Is there
She didn't
is there a
say that.
spot left? Is it four watches a
doing 4
night,
or 3?
or is it 3?
Before 2-hour watches.
Okay,
What's
sure.
not moving, yeah, I'll take the first watch.
Yeah, no, there's an order already established.
And I kill him. I kill him while he's sleeping.
Uneventful night.
And again,
Little bit of rain when you're waking up. Weather isn't like the best, not the worst either, but that's about it. Weather's a little rainy.
Okay. Long rest?
Yeah, you got a long rest.
Okay.
And now you've got the full benefit of your levels.
Milo wakes up and Nyx is just glaring at him like, wow. She's getting fucking rained on. She's like, this is the fucking worst. Where's my
I'll tell you.
roof?
Use the fleece. Lava.
I like it. May the fleece be with you.
Mhm. Onward.
Onward north.
Further north.
Yeah, to where we're heading.
Across the bridges,
Okay.
through the middle, up to Himlock.
So yeah, you
Grandma's house we go.
you travel for a good chunk of hours north. You come to another intersection where you can hang a left, but Howard knows just going further north a little bit, you'll get to the bridge. So I imagine you're still going north towards
Yeah.
the bridge. Okay.
Yeah, go over the bridge and just
The raining
right up in
the raining ceases at this point, as it's approaching the later hours, and this bridge that cross the river that cuts through most of Realm Lands, the Little Pike. This is a pretty big bridge. It's not like the super small one that you crossed earlier. This bridge, is about 100 feet long. It crosses the Little Pike, as the Little Pike has swelled in this area. It's more wide. It requires a little bit more to get any form of trade merchandise through, unless it forces them to go the long way all around the river. So it doesn't look like it's got the same thing as last time, where there were people working on it and it was suspicious and everything. There's none of that. There are a few people crossing it though. It's an area that sees some traffic a little bit. There's a couple people crossing it, and there's been a couple people passing you from time to time today. Different goat farmers and traders selling crops to these ranchers down here. Usual business. Is there a marching order? The last time you guys crossed a bridge, it was pretty
I'll go
dramatic,
first.
so,
If
seems appropriate.
Yeah.
I'm probably the best to get exploded.
Yep. So we got the paladin first.
Yeah, we'll let Bowser go first, because are there kids fishing in the rain?
There's no. Well, number one, it's not raining anymore.
Okay.
It's starting to get late, and no, there's none of that
That's the first
nonsense
sign
like
of
last time.
nonsense.
There's no fishers, there's no masons, there's no peasant workers, none of that. But there are people that are crossing it.
There's a troll under the bridge.
I'll be right behind Basil.
I will
Sounds
be in the back.
Yeah, I'll stay by Reno. I'll be back there by her.
Okay. Cross the bridge, nothing happens.
Woo!
Good.
Paranoia.
Successful bridge crossing.
Yep.
Basil has to go across by him
Bridge
first.
crossing.
Me and Thunder, not a worry in the world. No bridges ever exploded on me.
Usual business. The Dragonborn draws a couple glances. No one's really seen anything quite like that with the amethyst scales. So people do look at you and say good evening, safe travels. Greeting the armored Dragonborn. Not common in these parts.
I'll smile and wave.
Yep, people are friendly.
Smile and
Oh,
wave.
wait.
They see the cat, they're happy to see the giant kitty cat too. And not too long after crossing the bridge, you don't hit another hamlet or a town. It looks like in the far, far, far distance, miles ahead, there's some, maybe windmills, and not big ass windmills like the one down in Elderidge, but normal size industrial,
Burnable
agricultural buildings and farms and things like that up here. The land is a little bit more fertile up here, it looks like.
How's the air?
How's the air?
Yeah.
It's good. Country air. It's
Good.
Yep.
That's all I wanted.
A lot less smell of manure, because you're on this side of the the river, and you've been traveling, and it's been a while since you've passed a cow farm or any type of pasture like that. So the air smells a lot better now.
I just want to appreciate your use of the word hamlet. Not enough people refer to really small towns as hamlets.
Nah, dude, Hastings, New York is like a hamlet.
Yeah.
Man. Like that. Yeah, they're where I grew up, out in the sticks, so I get it.
I like it.
I'm glad you noted that. Yeah, it's a rare word. People don't use it anymore.
Yeah.
But it's true.
Yeah, Milo will just, as we're passing by, Milo will just nod and just appreciate the greetings, the well travels, and
yeah. After eventful days, in a big ass skirmish in the middle of the country lands, near the hills, it's been quiet these last couple days. These people are obviously oblivious to the violence that have gone down. No one's gossiping about it. No one's talking about the massacre just north of the hill lands, out in, basically the backyard of the goat farmers and sheep farmers. No one's talking about the massacre and the battle that happened. No one's talking about that, which is unlike the incident in the bar, in the tavern. People didn't see it. They got nothing to gossip about. So you might be the only ones who know about it. But it is getting late in the in the game currently, and you guys can go further and try to, get to those settlements up there, those minor settlements, before it gets full on dark, or you can camp here and press on like you have been.
Well, I want to make a note, like Milo's appreciation of like the well travels. Like, consider for a second his how much he's dealt with people and how much of it has been like fights and battles. Like, it's almost like 50-50, or there might be more battles than not battles so far in his dealings with humanoids, right? Like, since he's left the forest, it's been a bar fight, a bridge attack, like this battle that we just got in. Like, it's been like, so like, just for someone to say safe travels, he's like, fuck, thank you. I appreciate
especially when you travel, especially when you have to travel with Howard.
It's it's been wild for him so far, but I mean, he's like, I guess this is the real world.
It's easy for him to help provide too. Like, there's game aplenty. Like,
Yeah.
you basically don't have to worry about food because of your character.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a whole it's a good experience.
Yeah.
Would that be a visible reaction on your face?
Oh yeah, you'd see relief. You would absolutely see relief if you were watching him.
Would he do like a big sigh or something? Because I'm in front of him. I wouldn't see you.
You would probably hear that. Yeah, he'd probably be like, thank you.
Be Owen Wilsoning. Wow.
I'll just-
wow.
I'll just mention. I'm still riding Thunder looking ahead, but I'll just mention it isn't usually like this. This is a new development. I know you haven't been here to experience the peace, but
I'll be right back.
especially in Eofel, this is new. This chaos. So,
Well,
you chose a weird time to come out.
well, you say that, and it kind of almost feels like I came out and all shit hit the fan. Shit hit the windmill, I suppose is a better way to put it. Like,
True.
I keep hearing that. Like, this is new. This is not typical. I just came out of the forest and all of a sudden it became more usual and more typical, and I can't help but feel this is bullshit, but I can't help but feel that me coming out of the forest had something to do with this, and that's ridiculous, right?
Perhaps it does.
I mean, I left my home around the same time, and I'm pretty used to peacefulness. So, you're
Right.
not the only one.
Well, goddamn, like, do we go back? I mean, I don't.
Oh, no.
Well,
I refuse to go back.
I'm back. Sorry.
the place I came from, I wasn't escaping. I was choosing to leave. I mean, it was peaceful. It was the epitome of peace, right? I'm in the middle of the forest. I live next to a river. I hunt for my food, and I live with my mother and my sister, and we're content, we're happy. But I mean, you get older and you start to learn things, and you have to learn more, I suppose, is the best way to put it. Things come up, and suddenly peace is not as peaceful, I suppose, is the best way to put it, and I'm sure you could probably resonate with that.
So, why did you leave? If you didn't have to, have to.
So Nyx is new. My abilities past just wielding a bow and shooting an arrow, it's all new. And I found out that it came from my father, who disappeared when I was very young. I thought he left. That's what I grew up believing until I got to a certain age and I found out he didn't leave, he went somewhere and he never came back. And he told my mother at a certain point, you know, teach him these things. Give him these skills to help her, to help my sister, to help them survive. But it got to a point where I guess survival wasn't enough, and they felt, or my mother felt, that she had it. She could do it on her own with my sister, and I had to go out and find what happened to my father. And so here we are, trying to find out where he went. She doesn't know anything. It was one of those things where all he told her was, I have to leave. I can't tell you why, because that would put you in a lot of danger. And so I don't have much to go on other than these abilities that I've been given. And I appreciate the strength. I appreciate the comfort of feeling like I can...
What's on for you?
What?
Sorry, I was talking to Star. I messed
Oh.
up on accident.
I appreciate the comfort of feeling like I could do this on my own, but I can't remember if I expressed this before, but I'm glad that I can do this with others. And I don't expect you all to help me find my father, but I do appreciate that I have people to travel with, since I haven't known very many other people. And I use people as a blanket term for, you know, Dragonborn and
We're all
you know,
people.
elves and yeah, so thank you. And that's why I'm here. And obviously there's there's other things we're going to be doing on the journey, but yeah.
Well, buckle up. Or try to stay in your saddle. That's a better one.
I look down at Nyx.
'Cause-
I'm like, you don't want a saddle, do you? She's like, "Nah."
Try to stay on your cat. Because it seems it could get a lot more dangerous. I fear for Eelfell, a nation of farmers. Having attacks like this doesn't instill any confidence within me, and I don't know if they'll be able to deal with it. So,
Well, if the lot of you, you're all from Eelfell,
no.
Yeah,
I gather.
do
Oh, you're not.
No.
Do you believe that Eelfell's in danger?
Oh, of course.
From what?
That's what we're trying to figure out now.
It was only one bar fight. I mean, I don't.
And the bridge exploded, and people were seeding fiends and monsters, and there was a knight with a demon marking, and a mage who threw lightning bolt, and they teleported away.
Well, this isn't all happening in Eelfell.
I mean, it's the nation, no?
Hold on.
There's the city, and then there's the nation, right?
Yeah.
That was my understanding. Is Eelfell is both a city and a nation.
Okay. Okay.
It's like the
Out-
greater
out of- out
Eelfell
of the-
area.
Yeah, out
Yeah,
of
the tri-state
that
area.
area, out of game, that area is realm land for Eelfell. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Out of game, in case there was out of game confusion.
Right. Yes.
I think I was the confused one.
No, you're that's fair.
So, yes, I fear for this. Eelfell is not known for its strength. It is a nation of farmers, and then in the capital, perhaps it's aristocracy. Elven, half-elven, I heard.
Elven.
I'm feigning ignorance. Um, um,
Tom, remind me, the forest that I come from, is that part of the kingdom, or is that's outside of it, right?
Oh, no. That is Wood Elf ruled territory.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Even where you live, which is like the borderlands of, it's kind of like the borderland forest areas. That is still Wood Elf territory.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And you're allowed to stay there because you don't cause any problems, and you don't really know why. But
okay,
your family's allowed to. But yeah, where you live, that is Wood Elf territory, and that is, other than it borders Eelfell, they're two entirely different kingdoms with motives and all that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's. Yep. I mean, the reason I ask, if you're all from, the Eelfell area or not, is I understand wanting to protect people, protect good, to do good. But in your case, Basil, why? I'm getting the impression you kind of, for lack of a better phrase, you pledge allegiance to this area. You're here. You're here and you're concerned, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yes, I mean, me and people of my faith strike where evil is abound, and there has been decidedly little until recently.
How long have you been in Evil again?
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question.
You talk like you say you aren't from around here, which is obvious, but you say you protect people, but underestimate the power of farmers and aristocrats. I mean, they have strengths that few do.
Perhaps you overestimate them.
Perhaps you underestimate them. Where are you from again?
Around the western portion of Alev.
No exact city or place you like to call home. No pop and mom shop. I don't.
Just a church.
I don't particularly trust someone that doesn't have a place to call home.
Well, like I mentioned, I travel the roads looking for evil.
Do you usually find evil when you look for it?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It is.
Maybe you think that maybe evil
doesn't want to be found. Evil's seeking me out. Maybe it does, but I prefer that I seek evil out and strike at its nests and its dens.
Speaking of this,
I was just gonna say, were you? I mean, it kind of sounds like, were you born in the church? Like, is this like, did you have a place before the church? And I my tone, I'm trying not to sound interrogative. I'm just asking questions.
It's curious. It sounds curious, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I'm from the forest, so
I was an urchin of sorts, very, very young, but when they took me in, and I'm thankful that they did. I would, well, who knows where I would be if they didn't.
Urchin's a curious term, right? Does it? Yes. Do you have parents?
I'm sure I have parents.
Do you remember them? You don't.
No, you don't. I'm sure I had them at some point. What happened to them is beyond me, and I have a greater calling now.
I mean, I have a 50% understanding with that, right? I don't know what happened to my father. I had my mother, though, so I obviously count myself blessed in a term you might really be familiar with. Yeah, hashtag blessed. But I mentioned the term urchin being curious, because I feel like that word really only applies to the environment you're in, right? What if you were in the middle of a forest? Would you still be called an urchin, or would you be a feral child, or
someone who dwells in the woods,
right?
Uh,
No, I'm trying to process information in a way I know how to process it. I apologize if there's any mishandling of my words in a way that is negative for you.
Dude, fine.
Right.
We skipped over this question. Hal asked it. How long have you been in Eofel?
I think I mentioned that it was only a day or two. I was there. I was
You did.
in the city a day, day or
Okay,
two
okay.
before you guys came over, blew up the bridge, and was like, "Oh, the bridge!"
We didn't blow up the bridge. The storyteller.
Does
That you know of.
The storyteller blew up the bridge.
Does the bridge blow up if you're not there?
Hey, if it's not us transporting them, someone else is transporting them. So yeah.
I mean,
they were
to be
targeting you.
to be fair, the bridge is still intact. There was just an
Right.
explosion on the bridge.
Death of the bridge has been exaggerated.
Listen, I just want to mention, like, all of this. I feel like it's, we had discussions of strategizing, trying to figure out how we approach battles in the future. I honestly feel like just having these conversations will change our approach. I mean, if that makes sense, that we're having conversations, we're getting closer, right? I mean, that's I don't want to be like too sentimental about it, but we're caring about each other more. I hope. I mean, I am. Hal, I understand. I get it. But just being able to bond changes things, I feel. And it's weird for me to say that because I don't have much experience with people, but I feel different. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I think you're right. Also, being able to share information about each other kind of gives us a reason to trust each other.
I have no
That's-
secrets.
If I do, no one's asked about them. So
What are your secrets?
currently, I'm running away from my family
Who is
because it's they're called the Torfines. It's a I don't know if you heard it since you don't live in Eofel, but we make jewelry, enchanted jewelry. And I come from a good amount of wealth. But I left home because first off, I've never left in what has it been? Like 100 so years, and I thought it was time, and also they were trying to marry me off to this dreadful wine family or something about making our family wealthier and powerful, and I met him and he was not fun.
Are we traveling right now or are we camped? I
Yeah.
don't even remember.
Oh, this is camping. This is
We're at
long.
night. Yeah, it's
We
long.
are camping.
Are we
Okay.
camping?
So as
Yeah.
soon as she mentions
Oh.
wine, Milo remembers the what is it called? The thing that we got that like you just speak a word and
The
it,
booze jug.
Alchemist jug.
yeah.
The booze jug.
He's busting that out. Whoever has it, or he's gonna ask to bust it out.
Don't forget the
You
dwarven
do
word for
have
owl.
it.
I have it.
Yeah, you have
Yeah, we let you
Hell
have
yeah.
it.
I'll be like, oh, wait. Was it good wine?
I mean, it was the finest wine. Hold on, let me remember my backstory.
Yeah, and when you do, I will say, speak a word, and we'll have some
Jeebie-leebie.
to toast what you escaped.
It's the crap. I don't even know how to say this name now. I'm just gonna say a name, and that's how we're gonna say it.
All right.
Parabella family. It's the
Oh.
finest of wines. Very expensive.
I will
Have
hold
I
it.
heard of this wine or this family before?
I made them up, so I don't know.
That's all.
Wait, did your character just make up a lie? Or,
No,
or is it true? It's true.
It's
Okay,
it's true. I made up a family.
It was her
in the
No, you're
world.
good. No, you're good. No, that's what
D&D.
that's what the world's there for. I'm okay with that. No,
Oh, yeah.
you're good. I didn't know if you were trying to deceive him though. That's what I.
No.
Okay, no, that's fair. Yeah, you can make like a history check if you want to.
And I will
History of wine families. Let's
I will
go.
have held it up to your mouth
Shit.
as you said that, so it would produce that type of wine.
I got an 8.
Yeah, you have no clue, man. Wine family. A little bit
Not
outrageous.
super. Yeah. Okay.
I'm surprised you're curious about the family I was supposed to be married off to instead of my family.
Yeah. However, you did learn Reyna's family name. I would like you to make a history check with disadvantage.
Okay.
And the reason why it's disadvantage is
I got a 3.
you've never heard of her family.
You're not a jewel. You don't pay attention to jewel makers.
They're just irrelevant, man.
There's
Hey,
so many.
Maybe
there are
that's
so
not
many
the only
nobles.
thing.
Yeah, there are so many nobles and so many different statuses of what level nobility you are that name literally means nothing to you. It could mean something or nothing.
Unless you're.
Basil's like,
Yeah.
I made an
Into it.
amethyst. I don't give a shit about the rest of those gems. So yeah, I will.
I'm a gym right now, baby.
I'll be like,
What the fuck, man? I was sipping my soda.
I'll be like, Reina, I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just figured, like, if we're gonna sit around and do this, maybe we should have a drink. Do we have cups? We don't have cups, do we? Are we all okay just sipping out of the jug?
I mean,
Uh-huh.
Howard is always fine with that.
Yeah. I will pass
I
it to Reina. I'll be like, you
mean-
first.
And she'll look at the jug like, this is gonna be gross. And she has to drink after everybody. But she's gonna.
You're drinking before
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, she's still gonna go. Kind of like, here you go. How?
I say,
Thanks.
does it taste familiar?
Yes, unfortunately.
Glug, glug.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm like, this jug's fucking amazing.
Pass it over to Basil.
You did wine again?
It was the specific wine of the family
Okay.
that she was to be married
Right.
into, yeah.
I'll take a sip. What am I getting hints of? Flavors of?
Grapes.
Any locations?
Can it be
Mm.
like mead? Oh, like sweet mead.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh,
Yeah,
from
it's
northern
like-
Italy. Ah. Mm.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely a more sweet wine for sure.
Mm.
It's nothing like where you're from. It's made from grapes that are more native towards the Eelfell farmland regions, and the farmlands out here are just a lot different from where your Dragonborn ass is from. So this is very rich tasting. These country grown vineyards, they produce just different wine, and apparently this is one of the more famous ones. Yeah, I'll give you that one. It's the rich people's wine that was built into the alchemist jar. That's some good flavor. Like you taste it,
Sure.
you're like, oh, I know what this is. This is that famous wine. Holy shit! So
Right.
yeah.
Okay. I think I'm ready to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Long
I'll
rest
take
time?
lunch again.
Yeah, well, unless anyone wants to keep going, but yeah, I'll, same order.
I think Raina would just stay up a little longer, so she might s- stay for like the first like 30 minutes of the watch with whoever goes first.
I think I would actually probably take first because I literally just asked for wine in this jug and everyone's like, okay, we're going to sleep. Milo's like, fuck that, this is good stuff, and offers it to Nyx, and Nyx is like, meow. So Milo will take first watch this time and stay up with Reyna and Nyx.
I'll take third watch before Basil. With Basil's or
I'll take fourth watch.
I'll take second watch so Raina can do third watch so she can get a little bit of sleep before so she's staying up a little bit.
Okay.
I'll do second.
It's another uneventful night. You guys get a full rest. There are a couple patrols that do go through in the night. Guardsmen, people that are paid by the kingdom to keep the road safe. Once during the first watch, and once during the third watch. Towards, the middle of the third watch.
The one during the first watch, I'll actually salute them and I'll say, "Do you want some wine?"
They look at you as passing, and they say, "We'd love to, but we have to keep our wits about us. These roads have been dangerous as of late. We're making sure this countryside is not going to see any violence." And they bid you, have a good night, and they keep riding off. They're not like mean about it, but
Sure. Yeah, no,
they're
Milo
definitely
understands.
not. Yeah, they're not about to get off their horses and start drinking.
Yeah.
You can tell that these guys are beautiful. They all look like they're humans or half elves. They got a couple of them have torches. It looks like they all have swords in the sheaths. A couple of them have bows. Just look like run-of-the-mill militia doing their road patrols. You've seen it earlier. These aren't like armored knights, of the king or anything like that. It's just, road patrol.
Right.
But yeah, that's about it. And then third watch, there's also one. And then sun eventually comes up, and you guys wake up.
Woohoo!
And it's
Keep going.
Long rest, take another one. Fuck it.
yeah. We can fast forward. I
Can we
figured
take
you
a
guys were-
bathroom break?
Yeah. Let's take a break. Let's take a real life bio break.
Yeah.
Anytime you guys need to do that, just say like, hey, we need to take a break for 5 minutes. I've got no
Bio.
whenever. Yep, bio break. That's what it's known as.
Cool,
That's-
cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, absolutely.
We'll be
Anytime.
back.
We will be back. long as all y'all are good.
Mm-hmm.
We are back.
Back to D&D.
Back to life. Hi.
So, yeah, next course of action. You guys wake up from your long rest, and we can fast forward a little bit. We don't need to hard go over each individual day of travel. It's important to do it sometimes, but not every time, or this campaign's going to sit still. So there's about 2.5 days of travel where you're just following the road northwards towards Hemlock, and Hemlock is the name of the marsh village. You continue the path north, crossing through farming lands, as you have all this whole time. Patrols are seen going through the road. Some of you at night saw this. You're getting closer to areas of Eelfell that see more military action, and it's apparent. Regular militia patrols are common in this area. More than militia patrols are not unheard of either. People in actual scale armor, heavier armor, more knightly looking figures, they're seen. They're not as common as maybe other kingdoms. Basil, you've seen kingdoms where the knights are more common, but they're present here. There are plenty of fighting men in this area. It looks like the more deep in you go, but as you approach your last day and a half of travel, because it takes like 2.5 days to get to like where the two little rivers meet, and then empty out into where Hemlock is, and then into the marshlands. It starts getting less populated. The farming lands just eventually kind of stop, and you're just taking this road north, and travelers are becoming a little bit more and more sparse. And then you see you hit this point where it looks like the rivers meet, and there's still sun in the sky. It's starting to get a little late, but the sun is still there. The weather's still good, and it looks like the river, there's no bridge here. It looks like there's several bargemen going up and down the river area here. And you would know, Hallward, that this area has not had a bridge for a really long time. And these bargemen get their living taking, respectable amounts of people, and sometimes wagons just across. And they charge a toll for it. And that's, unless you take the long ass road all the way around the rivers, you got no way to get to Hemlock, cutting through these farmlands. You gotta pay them, or you gotta have your own way of crossing. They don't charge massive amounts of money, but they make a living off of this. And that's kind of what is coming up ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I would just pay the fee whenever, pay for everyone pretty much.
You'd pay.
Pay the bargeman.
They look at you. Two guys that are like crewing this one barge, and they look at you and they're like adventure types, I can tell. 1 gold each. We'll take you over right quick, won't we? And the other guy's like, yep, immediately.
Can I bullshit check them? Can I make an insight check on them?
Yeah, sure.
That's like the fucking third common.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I rolled a dirty 20, so.
You visibly see them look your party up and down. They see the Dragonborn, and you can tell that is not what they would charge common or peasants. They're trying to hose you a little bit because they know you have money.
Okay.
And they're just trying to be like, give us a gold each, we'll take you over right quick. Sounds like to you, it sounds like a mad easy 4 gold to some peasants. Like
Mhm.
that's how they get rich. You think you could probably literally walk, 1/8 of a mile down the river and talk to some other bargemen and get that at like maybe 3 silver a crossing each.
I mean,
That's
do
what
they
you think.
look like they need for? Do they? What is their living condition like? Does it look like they are?
They're in just basic tunics, they've been, doing this all day, so they're sweating.
Okay.
It definitely looks like, 4 gold could change a couple weeks worth of living for them for sure.
Yeah.
You don't
Even-
think that they're like hiding lots of gold.
Even though I know that they're bullshitting us, I'd still hand over 4 gold to them. I'll just pay them.
You see surprise on their face, and they quickly take that, and they're like, "Oh, sure, absolutely, we will get you over right now." And they just wait for you to get your horses on there. It's a big ass barge, so you guys could all like squeeze on there. It'd be a little bit of a tight fit, but it can happen.
Yeah.
They get you right on over. And then after that, you got kind of an option. You can camp, several miles outside of Hemlock on this side of the river. Do you want to be on the right side of the river or the left side of the river? It's not really that big of a deal, but
Yeah, I just do the fucking left side.
left side. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, you're on the left side of the river. And you have an option. You can cut around and try to get to Hemlock, and then do a really long rest there, or you can like camp out here for the night on the northern borders of Eelfell, because after the swamp, that's really it.
Yeah, I'd probably be like, I'd gauge that with how the companions are traveling. Like, I mean, do y'all want to camp for the night, or should we just push it?
I would just
How
say
late is it? We're close.
It's like about 9-ish or so. So like the sun is still up hardly, but it's getting there. You know that if you push it much longer, it's going to be dark.
How far is our destination?
Howard, you think it's about?
Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, it's probably like 6-7 miles.
6 or 7 miles. Not too bad.
Is there gonna be like any kind of like bathhouse or anything
I doubt that.
there? Oh, great. Then I don't care either way.
I guess we can push forward.
The river's right there.
Oh, you can make a history check, Raina. You are a noble of the land to see, and you went to school. You can make a history check to see what you know of Hemlock. I think that's for sure appropriate.
for clarification from me, like the destination we're talking about is the swamp, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a town that's right on it, essentially. On the southern precipice.
That's
of it.
Hemlock.
That's Hemlock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
And then the swamp goes on for miles and miles and miles. But Hemlock is down in the southern border of it before it gets real bad.
Okay.
15.
Hemlock is kind of like, it's a step down the technology tree for sure. They're swamp people. They rely on it. They don't build big ass fancy houses. You're more likely to see more like Native American type teepees and lodgings like that, and housings like that. You're not gonna find real fancy clothes and a lot of fancy merchants like there. These people live off of that swamp. They make their armor out of the things they kill in that swamp. They make their weapons out of the bones out of things that they get out of that swamp. Are there swordsmen? Sure, probably, because merchants will sometimes go up there and sell. But no, these people are swamp people, and they typically aren't they're not your normal citizens of Eelfell. However, they answer to the king. They pay their taxes, and when the time comes to muster in the armies, you know that they pledge their troops when Eelfell is in danger. They have good archers. They have good hunters. And they're loyal.
Milo would have heard her question. Craig doesn't really know how this would work, but Milo would. He'd be like, I grew up on a river. If this town doesn't really have what you would want out of, proper bathing, proper whatever you're looking for, a river would suffice. Probably more than a swamp town.
Yeah, I guess. I guess we camp for the night.
How close are we to the town?
About 6 or 7 miles.
Oh, the town was 6 or 7 miles. I'm sorry, I thought the swamp was 6 or 7 miles past the town. Okay.
Well, the swamp, the terrain starts to change. If you look at the map, the terrain starts to change. I know, like, Milo hasn't seen it, but you yourself can look. The town marks, like, the border of where, like, the farmlands kind of stop, and then the marshlands begin, and then it just fans out northward. And then if you see the big blown-up map of the Eelfell realms, you'll see more of the terrain that I'm talking about. And Eelfell is on, or not Eelfell, Hemlock's on that map too, but I don't think it's labeled. You see the little icon there. That's how it is. It's a very, very big marshland. And they're just kind of at the cusp where the rivers meet, because there's clean, fresh water, where the swamps aren't too thick that it's uninhabitable.
Okay, so when I say that to Reyna and I hear Basil's hesitation, I would turn to Basil and I will just whisper to him, I'm like, I think it means a lot to prepare in all the ways that we can for what's coming, and if this is our last stop for, I mean, cleanliness is lack of a better word, but
I mean, if she wants to stop here, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I think it's not just her; it's me. I mean, this is the type of
yes
environment I grew up in. So yeah, it means a lot to be able to have this before we get into situations that we're not so much familiar with. Does that make sense?
I just think maybe it'd be safer in a city, but we can stop here. I have no qualms.
Oh, we don't gotta be scared. We have our shield with us. I don't need to be scared.
Look, I'm already dressed in commoner clothes, and I'm covered in filth. I need some sort of bath.
Go wash off.
Yeah, watch out for the leeches and the snakes and the...
He's joking, right?
Well, I mean, kind of. It really depends on the area. I don't know this area too well, but fresh water is better than swamp. I can tell you that much.
Okay. Well,
Do you
I
need
will...
soap?
Probably. I don't think she has any.
Listen, soap's great, but just the fresh water will do you good.
Yeah,
So-
that's what she was
I
good.
lean into my pack and pull out a bar of soap.
Oh my
Here.
goodness.
Oh my goodness, Hal, I could kiss you.
You just don't fucking do that.
Oh,
I was not planning on it. And she takes the soap.
Don't lose it.
That's awesome. Dude bought soap on his D&D character. I love it.
that's so funny. I love it.
Have some.
And she's gonna go over to the river. She's not shy, so she just whoop and gets in.
Okay.
Yeah, after you're able to bathe and everything. The water's fine. There's no swamp monsters or river monsters. There's no giant, piranhas or whatever in there.
The current sweeps her away.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. It's calm
Oh
water.
my goodness.
You're able to refresh yourself after being on the road in peasant clothes all day. Riding on a horse, your character's probably not used to all that. So yeah, this is very refreshing for sure. And you probably have never taken a bath in a river before. So it's a whole new goddamn experience. But yeah, and that's really that. You guys can take your long rest for sure. Unless there was anything else you needed to do.
I don't think.
Watch order's not important. You take whatever watch you want. There's no event that happens.
Sure.
and
I
then
will
the
I will
next
say
day-
that during
what's
my
up?
watch, I will lean into Nyx. I might actually, since it's the end of the day, I will cast Speak with Animals.
He's drunk enough.
No, it's not a big conversation. I'll lean in after casting Speak with Animals, and I will say, so, new space. Do you mind having wings? And Nyx looks at me like, I'm sorry, what? I say, do you mind having wings? And Nyx is like, I mean, obviously not. That'd be fucking amazing. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, in the morning you're gonna have wings. And Nyx is just giddy, like a cat would get excited about anything. And that's the extent of the conversation. So in the morning, Nyx will be a beast of the sky instead of a beast of the land. But it'll still look like a cat, just with wings.
Howard would just look at him like, huh.
The wings are gonna look like butterfly wings, just so you're aware.
Love that.
Or they're hummingbird wings. So you gotta hear that. Disadvantage on all party stealth checks. No, I'm not like that.
I love it.
I think butterfly wings on your giant freaking cat, though, is the most comical and hilarious thing ever, though.
Yeah, they do not move fast at all on land. They're all sky at this point, so. I just wanted a little bit of overhead, and I wanted something different.
Hopefully those swamp people don't mistake that for a animal they can eat.
How did you get? I know you mentioned it. How was it that the cat got the wings?
Well, its primal companion can be a beast of the sea, beast of the land, or beast of the sky. And so basically I'm just making them a beast of the sky. I can't ride them. They're a flying creature now. And they're
a flying creature now that you can't fly, so no Pegasus Knights.
Correct.
No flying kitty cat knight.
I cannot hop on it or anything. They have a different type of attack. They have, I think, slightly different abilities too. So
you'd be like a Bretonnian halfling Pegasus Knight on a cat. Like that'd be wild.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So yeah, basically,
I remember you went over it with me. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't provoke opportunity attacks when they fly out of an enemy's reach, and they have shred. They can't like dash attack like the beast of the land could. And they have less hit points, but they can fly, so they have better view of what's going on. So.
Bird is playing. No,
for sure. So yeah, you guys, your characters all wake up. The cat has wings now. And yeah, that's a surprise.
Yeah, Nyx is just just slightly hovering above the ground the entire time, like so excited.
So I would look over to Milo and be like, so I guess you're gonna ride on my horse now.
Well, I mean,
weren't you riding Nyx the whole way?
I was. Were we galloping, or were we just kind of like?
I mean, we can walk 6 miles, or we can ride 6 miles.
If you can carry me, sure.
I'm not gonna carry you, but we can get on the same horse. You're not.
No, that's what I mean. Not you. I mean your horse. If your horse can carry me.
Right,
you're riding the horse and carrying Milo at the same time.
I'm like up on his shoulders. I'm like, Daddy, wee.
Oh no, not at all.
He's got
we
you
are,
in a.
We are back to back on this horse. You're looking backwards as we are riding.
Oh, it's like 80s station wagons. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are getting up to trying to figure out how you're gonna get there and who's gonna be riding with whom, you guys see in here some type of wagon approaching, or it looks like a slightly covered cart, and it's got all sorts of things kind of hanging from it and making noise, and it's pulled by a single horse. fairly big horse, fairly aged horse, and it looks like an elderly woman riding on the cart. And as she gets closer to you, she calls out. She's like, "I got scales. I got lizard eyeballs. You need any? Frog legs? You guys need any of that?"
Do you have salt?
I do. Yes.
Okay, I'll take some of that.
She gets over there and she stops her cart and she shuffles like in the back. She turns and starts shuffling some things around. And salt's not that expensive in D&D. It's very fucking cheap. Right? Like, yeah, it's got
not, but
As she's
Yeah,
looking, I'm like,
it's not expensive
Also-
at all.
do you have any owl feathers or anything crazy?
I don't think I have any owl feathers.
Okay, I'll take
I
that.
just got scales today. Out of game, what do you need the owl feather for, or is it just personal?
It's a spell component.
Oh, it's a spell component.
Yeah, I don't
Actually,
have
here,
an
I'll
arcane
roll.
focus.
No, I'll roll for you. I'll roll for you. Actually, high or low?
I'll do low again. I did low last time.
Low. Okay.
Oh.
She does not have a. She does not have an owl feather for
I'll
you.
take the
sadly.
salt. It's okay, old lady.
Yeah, the salt. She just she gives you like a small jar of it for a silver.
Got a jar of salt.
Yeah.
Like,
Not that big
Aw.
of salt, but like there's
okay,
a
that's fine.
there's a small jar of salt
Yeah,
that'll
like a
get you
little-
through.
little
Yeah.
pickling jar, small jar.
Um,
How much was that, by the way?
For a silver.
Okay.
what all do you have? Do you have any potions or anything super like exciting and fun?
I got your standard healing tonics, made from the marsh mushrooms, local to Hemlock. Does the same thing as anything you can buy in Eelfell, except it just tastes a little different. I got those. Nothing really magical, no like flying potions or any of that mythical stuff. Just classical potions to heal the ouches. And I have scales, hoping for someone that wants to turn them into armor or just wants to collect trophies. And I got lizard eyeballs for spell components, things like that. That's about it.
Well, how much for the tonics?
Roll. Second.
50.
I also want to do a detect magic. See if I can see anything cool on her cart.
Yeah, she's shuffling back to get you cast detect magic and don't see anything out of the ordinary on this cart.
Okay.
A lot of stuff hanging from it is just like bones and ornaments and just different things. She does pull out 3 healing potions, and she says these are just standard. They're not not enhanced. Basically, they're the lowest level potions you can get. Is what it's looking like.
How much do they cost?
How much?
Dude.
Standard price in the DM in the book is
50
25, I believe, right? Or is it 50?
Should be 50.
Is it
Yeah.
50?
Yeah.
No, you're right. It is. Yeah, you're right. It is.
We can make it 25.
She is upcharging. She is asking for 60. Because she lives so far north, she's trying to get as much bang for her buck as she can.
Ah,
Do you need some gold?
well, I have gold, but I'm looking a little peckish on it, and it's making me a little sad. I'm not used to. I mean, I have 205 gold. It's just not a lot. How
I'll look over-
many?
I'll look over at the old lady and give her like the eyes of like
All of
charge her
them?
more.
Charge more? Really?
Yeah.
She looks confused and ecstatic.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll take just one.
One potion, sure. That'll be 60 gold. Or a lot more silver.
You know what? 60 gold is nothing. Here you go.
Oh, she's happy to do business. Yeah, you get a regular potion of healing. For 60 gold.
Ooh.
And then she's like, last chance. Sure you don't want any scales or lizard eyeballs? Frog legs?
No.
They're kept in preserving jars too. They'll be good for a long time until you're good to cook them.
No.
No, I think we're good. We have plenty of skills right here.
Oh, that's fine. The bargemen always buy them anyways.
Yeah.
And then
Also,
it says,
before you
good
go-
day to you.
Wait, before you go, do you
Yeah?
live here or no?
Live in Hemlock.
Yeah. Do you know of a one-handed ranger, one-armed ranger, where I could find one?
Oh, him?
Yeah, him.
Yeah, he's in Hemlock. I believe he's in trouble for something. I believe the Lord arrested him for something a couple days ago, actually. I don't know what it was over though. But yeah, he's there. He's not dead or anything.
All right, thanks for the help.
Yeah, she's very aged, and she's wearing just not like fine silks or anything like that. She's just in almost like Native American style attire. She's got like woolen skirts, and she's got like a shawl on and everything like that, and she doesn't have like any like paints or anything like that, but she's definitely, you can tell that she's from the swampland, and she's not from the southern areas or the hill lands. You can tell that she's a native of there when she says that she's from there. You didn't like get a glimpse of her attire immediately, but as like she's shuffling around doing business with you, you see that now. The style of attire there is much different apparently than it is in the farming lands, where people are just have the standard common tunics and pants and all that. Like the fashion choices of this area are more limited, or they're just more cultural towards them. That's the vibe you get. It's not even identical to Native American. That's just the closest thing I can think of in real life to it.
Cool.
She's got like a couple necklaces that are just made out of bones and things like that. The fabric's made out of different material than you might see, like the metal cords and fine assortment of ornaments and metals. There's none of that with her.
Yeah. Okay. Well, guess we can ride on.
She goes, "Yep, I hope you find your friend. I hope he's not in too much trouble. Have a good day."
All right.
She moves on.
Yeah, I would look at the party and be like, okay, well. So we have a lead on a guide, but he's in jail. So where do we draw the line on our moral compasses, right? Battles, breaking people out of jail. What's our standpoint?
Could we just ask him how to get there?
I mean, there's always going to be a stipulation. No one's going to give up information for free. Unless, of course, it's you guys, because y'all did talk a lot about family. So,
I suppose it really depends on what he's in trouble for, right? Like, if we could just walk in there and say, they say it'll be 100 gold to get him out, that's something.
We got Reyna. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
What?
sure, but if it's more than that, and if he's in trouble for a lot, then I mean that changes things, right? And it's, I mean, like we talked about before, it all depends on the situation at
Well,
this
I'm
point.
just trying to strategize before we get into the moment.
Sure, I get it. But if if there's like an amount of money that we can't afford, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I can be very persuasive.
We can just use the big dragonborn to scare people or
it
something.
also all depends on what he did, right? Like if he murdered
Right.
20 people, I don't think we tried to rescue him, right?
No. I mean, I can. Sometimes I'm able to give little suggestions to people, and they.
Like what?
Try it on him. Do it.
Okay, I'm gonna cast suggestion on Howard, and I'm gonna say, I suggest you give me a hug.
Oh.
Or you have to make a wisdom save.
He's like, ugh.
That's
What the fuck?
I rolled a 7 total, so.
You fail. You have to
Alright,
give
well,
me
it's time to hug Reyna.
I love
you-
that his
you think
initial
very-
reaction is, ugh.
Your character, yeah, Howard thinks that that's actually the best fucking idea he's ever heard of in his life, and he's compelled to do it.
Yeah, I walk over and give you one. I'll give you like a one arm.
The bro hug.
Fuck is going on?
See, I told you I'm very persuasive.
I don't like that. Let's not do that again.
I mean, we just needed a sample, right? But
Mhm.
you know, we have that at our disposal.
Okay.
So
Basil.
Yes. I think mostly I think this we should just go see what he's in for, and
Okay.
maybe they
That's-
just want to get rid of him, right? And we can just take him. Who knows what
Well,
he's done, right?
especially if we let them know we're headed to the swamp.
Yeah, maybe they'll think so.
We'll just say we'll
Well,
bring him to the swamp with us.
I think I remember this Pyre Hill being where they keep really bad people, so I wouldn't get our hopes up.
I doubt he's that. I thought he did something that bad.
Oh yeah, the old woman said that the Lord of Hemlock has him in their jail, not that he's in Pyre Hill.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
where we're
No,
going.
Pyre
Yeah.
Hill is for the real bad people. If you're
Okay,
doing this
okay.
in Pyre Hill, that'd be a whole different story.
For the people that lightning bolt people.
Yeah, that's for people that lightning bolt lords in the face and then blaspheme the gods. Like it's real bad.
Yeah.
Never
Alright.
mind. Scratch that whole thing.
Yeah, no, the Lord. Yeah, you don't know who the Lord of Hemlock is, but you imagine getting him out of Hemlock's clutches is a lot easier than dealing with Pyre Hill.
I don't know the Lord at all, even
Right,
with my background.
With your background, no.
Okay.
He's too broke.
Yeah, what did you roll on your history check for Hemlock? I forgot what you rolled. Was it like
I
obnoxiously
think
high?
it was a 15.
15.
Yeah. I didn't roll very well.
Yeah, you're unsure. I mean, that's a pretty good roll, and you know a decent amount about it. You know that like their economy is all tied up into like hunting, fishing, trading these goods, and like they're more seen as like sort of like the backwater community essentially. There's a couple of them, you know, they're swamp people. They stick to their guns. They don't make their houses out of elaborate stone workings. They don't use much metal there, but they're a group of survivors. Like they're hardy people. They know how to survive. That's what you would know about them. You don't know about the Lord though. You don't sure
Okay.
who rules that, community of people.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess we make our way to. How long?
Yeah, it doesn't take long. It's a couple hours of travel, and you get to Hemlock.
Yep.
And I've got a map of what Hemlock looks like.
On the way, Milo hops off the horse and says to Nyx, let's try something. And Nyx is like floating, and Milo's trying to like grab onto Nyx's feet and float with him, but it's not working. Milo's like, fuck. Never mind, and hops back on the horse.
Yeah, I would, as you're doing that, I would see that, and I would cast like a little minor illusion of a little rat running below you, so she's like bobbing up and down for it.
I love it.
So as you get closer to your destination, you begin to see the changes in the landscape. You see the two rivers on either side of you starting to, get closer. The ground gets a little bit softer, more wet. The trees are even starting to change. You know how there's trees in the country, and then there's like marsh trees in the country. You know how the marsh trees are just a little bit different. It's a lot like that. You're seeing like different wildlife. You're seeing more woodchucks, things like that. The geography itself is just changing. And then ahead you see the collection, the town. It's definitely that at that level. It's definitely a town of some kind, even if it's a small one. But it's very different. There's no walls. There's no. You don't see any farms. You don't see any pastures with horses. You don't see, even in Elderidge, there was structure there. There was signs of agricultural or industry of some kind. The only thing you see is here and there smoke is rising from different structures as you see lots of teepees built on this softer ground. You see water, fresh water, and you see the greenish swamp water full of algae and plant life and lily pads. You see people in canoes, narrow canoes, men fishing shirtless from the canoes, spearing at different wildlife that's within the damn water. It looks just like a thriving community before you. There, the picture, I didn't export this one either, so I had to export it. I'm putting it in the map thing now, if anyone wants to share.
So it's a little more swampier than I would be familiar with, but similar to how I grew up, right? I mean, that's from what I'm understanding.
It's not so different. It's definitely more open here. Like, you were from the forest either way, so you were in like kind of like a mossy bog alcove of the forest, because marsh and forest can still coexist.
Yeah.
That happens. This is more country and marshlands,
Yeah.
If this were Magic the Gathering, you're used to black green. This is black white.
Okay.
That type of thing. I got the village of Hemlock kind of laid out on bird's eye view, and you're kind of approaching from the south. You're not in the area, but you can kind of see how it's laid out. So in the map I sent, the brownish splotches, that's just softened, earth and ground, walkable. The light green, the key lime green or whatever it is, that's marsh water, lily pads. Probably traversable, limited, and then the blue is obviously just clear water. It looks like there's these structures in the water where people are fishing on. You'll see those little structures on the map there. Those are, fishing piers. And there's some big lodges in here alongside lots of teepees, and it looks, a lot of like Native American type architecture, very similar to Native American architecture here with the teepees and the lodges. There's one building right down where you're approaching from.
Mm-hmm.
There's it looks like there's fire and a lot of smoke and some sounds coming from it. It looks like it's a blacksmith. So it looks like they do have a functioning blacksmith in here. Down in the south of the map there's a building there with a chimney. That looks like it's a forge of some kind. So they have an armor worker or a blacksmith of some kind. In terms of what it actually kind of looks like in real perspective. I had a couple of images to give a glimpse as to what it kind of looks like in terms of not, map like what you see in terms of coming on here. Let me see. Just a couple more pictures. This doesn't represent like the exact land mass, but similar things like this coming up is kind of like the atmosphere of what you see people doing and how it kind of looks and some of the structures. And then kind of from bird's eye perspective, it would be similar to this. These don't need to go on the channel stream per se, but they can. But this is kind of like what it looks like for you. You get the feeling that these people are very accustomed to wetlands and that type of living, for sure. Like there's areas of this land that people are crossing and docking on their canoes, like they're crossing the regular water to get from one end of the town to the other via canoe, and there's little crafted docks there for them to they have assimilated themselves with water being part of their life. Not quite so much as Avatar Way of Water, for instance, but these people understand with how they live and how they're functioning and their ecosystem that they're using the swamp as much as possible to its advantage to live here safely. And that's it's very different. Raina might look at that and be like, ugh, this is filthy. Who knows? But these people have their own way. They have their own way of living, and it's a step down the technology tree for sure. But they're living here and thriving in their own way. They don't look like they're suffering. It just looks like low tech. And that's kind of the scene that you're coming up on.
Yeah, I imagine Milo would basically just see a bunch of houses he's similar to living in, just a slightly different environment. Yeah.
Right. It's slightly different architecture, but yeah, kind of.
Feels very, as much like home as it can for being this far north.
Looks like a collective of survivalists to you. That's what it would look like. Whole town full of them, maybe. The road kind of thins out as you get closer. It's still there, but it's just the terrain is so different now. It's fading a little bit. It's lighter, but it's there, and it cuts through the town a little bit in places. But it's tough to see, in terms of government or in terms of importance, people of importance. It's tough to say where anything could be, but you guys are kind of approaching from the south, and it looks like there's just collections of houses, or not, just some structures, their houses at least, and then there's a lot of TP structures littering the area as you're approaching, and you see a lot as you're approaching. There's people that kind of see you guys on the distance, and they've kind of stopped and just kind of looked, for a couple seconds before going back to their own thing. So that's kind of the scene for you.
Ta-da!
I guess are we heading towards the jailhouse?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Well, we have to find it first, right?
I would just go ask the blacksmiths. They know all the shit.
I would also like to maybe, if it's high quality, of course.
I doubt that. I very much doubt that.
Well, we can look
What did you
at
want
what
to
they
find?
have.
Yeah, what are you looking for?
Maybe a long sword?
Do you know how to use a sword?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
far easier than a whip.
I mean,
I don't know
could've
about
told you
that.
I could have told you that. No, Basil. Basil, she's right.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Anyways,
Let's go talk to this guy or gal. Or
So you
creature.
guys,
Can I
so
just
you
ask
guys
a
walk
question?
in-
Is Howard?
Yeah,
Oh,
what up?
there he is. I was gonna say, is he bugging out for anybody else?
No,
he
was bugging
was
out.
for me.
Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure. We could hear you fine, but your video is just like vibrating back and forth.
I don't know.
You're
Maybe my
fine now.
camera.
It's good now. Just want to make sure it wasn't on my end.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the blacksmith.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys go into the town, and immediately it garners a little bit of attention. You can tell that Amethyst Dragonborn is it's the first time that anything like that has walked through these lands. And the giant flying, the flying cat.
That's what I was gonna say.
the
Can I
winged cat, yeah.
can I retcon that the cat actually has like orange colored like angel type wings and not butterfly wings?
That was a joke.
Okay.
Man. I was just joking. That was 100% a joke.
Okay,
I
good.
wasn't being serious. No, I would make it dragonfly wings if anything.
Yeah.
But no, you're good. They
All
could
right.
be. They could be something.
I mean, it's still
like
fucking
that.
weird. It's still a cat
No-
flying through the air.
No, it's
Giant
still a
cat
weird
flying.
cat. I was just being dumb with the
Okay,
butterfly
good.
wing thing. That's not real. Yeah, that's not real.
All right.
Oh. So
I'm
yeah,
disappointed.
I know, but like I wasn't actually 100% serious on that. If he really doesn't want that, it wasn't 100%.
Milo would just be like, Reyna, at some point, Nyx will have butterfly wings. This is not the time.
It's just not appropriate. Yeah, children are kind of running towards you. Yeah, the children here are running around the land freely. You've seen it in urban environments where children run in the streets, and the parents sometimes don't always watch over them. Out here, it's parents mostly tell their children to stay out of the damn deep water and like stay on the land and play above land, and then as long as you're on the wet land you're okay, but don't go into the deep water. So there's a lot of kids playing out in this area, and the giant cat with wings, dragonborn, shiny in his armor, it just draws kids in. And some parents come in and they're like, leave the adventurers alone, let them be, don't be disturbing them. And they give you guys kind of a look. No one's hostile or anything. Definitely a little cautious. They don't want their children running up and disturbing strangers.
I think
And yeah, you guys,
if
What's up?
if any of you are like looking at the rest of the party and like looking at Milo, you probably actually see like a bit of longing on his face. Like, this feels so familiar yet so distant from the way he grew up, but he's probably thinking like, oh, I could have grown up here. I could have known other kids. I could have had a similar childhood, but more full.
yeah, this is like a week and a half travel away from where you grew up, like for
Yeah,
real. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, and speaking of that, you notice that it's not just like humans here. Like, there's elves, there's some halflings, there's dwarves. Sadly, you don't see any dragonborn. They're a bit of a more uncommon race. It doesn't look like there's any dragonborn here yet, but you see a variety of races for sure. A lot of half elves, humans, some elves, some dwarves, some halflings. Haven't seen any gnomes, but it's possible. There's a lot of that, it seems. Everyone here seems like either commonly dressed or armored in different forms of scale armor. You see people that got like giant tortoise shells as shields, things like that.
You say giant tortoise shells? Shells or
Yeah,
shields?
yeah. Like, they're like, you see a guy walking around and he's got like a bone spear with a giant tortoise. He's got a tortoise shell strapped to his arm, and that's his.
Cool.
fighting gear.
I would have asked about that.
You see? Oh yeah. You pass him, and what do you say to him?
I'm like, does a blacksmith sell that? Or is that
Oh,
something
this-
we made?
This made by my father. He killed giant tortoise and made shield out of this. And
Is that the only one?
I mean, that was the only one he killed. Yes.
How much?
How much for the shield?
Yeah.
Oh, it was my father's. I can't part with it.
Everyone's got a price.
It's sentimental value. Price for this?
Yeah.
Price for the giant tortoise shield.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, he's thinking it over. He goes, a price for my dad's giant tortoise shield. My God, I'd feel so bad selling it.
Yeah, I don't want that fucking shield. I just want to see how much you value your father.
I value it a lot, actually.
Okay.
It would have to be an absurd amount of money, and I would still feel bad.
Hmm.
He looks at you all. He goes, "Where are you all from? If you don't mind me asking."
We're from over yonder, back over.
Me too. He walks away.
All right, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
I need a shield. I said it to him. I need a shield. If we're gonna do this shit, I need a shield.
That's fair. I mean, you suggested blacksmith, right?
Yeah, that's the only reason I suggested that, because I need something.
Oh, I mean, let's do it. I mean, maybe we could all find something at the blacksmith, and if not all of us, at least you, if you need it.
Yes, most importantly.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. Basil, where's the blacksmith? You are the shield of the group. Where are the shields?
It's in that direction.
All right, let's go that
I
direction.
point towards the blacksmith.
Yeah, the building with the chimney on the map, down by the south border between like the road and the teepees.
Mhm.
That looks like it's the armor or the blacksmith. That's where the smoke is rising. That's definitely where the forge noises are coming from. And you go over there,
Mhm.
and you see that there's a few people kind of working outside. It looks like there's a few shirtless humans just working at the anvils, banging out daggers and different minor blades and things like that. And that's the scene. Inside the forge is just it's pouring the loud noise, the loud clangs. And a door outside of there, or from inside there, there's a dwarf who comes out there. He's not too old. He doesn't look too old. He's not like gray. He's not fully gray, but he's graying. He's got a black beard that's starting to gray. He's got sweaty hair pulled back and tied into a long braid. His face is a little weathered. Large, arms, stocky like all dwarves. He's not wearing any armor. He's wearing, typical blacksmith attire. It looks like he's there for a day of work, and he comes out and he sees you guys standing outside his shop, and he goes, "Well, I have a feeling today might be a good day for business. Can I help you with anything?"
Yeah, I push Raina forward.
Oh, I was looking to see if you were making any long swords, and I would like to look at the quality of them.
Oh yeah, we got a few of those. Not too many. These folk don't really like swinging swords that much, but I do have a couple of them. Come on in.
Okay,
I'm Bartholomew, by the way.
Bartholomew.
I opened this blacksmith up about 60 years ago. It was the smartest choice of my life. Come on in here.
Star, your reaction to being pushed was amazing. It was so like on point. I'm like, that's great. Oh,
Hal is pretty similar to Jacob.
Star, go.
All right. I want to look at the swords. I know I don't know a lot about them, but I think I know a decent amount about quality.
Yeah. So you've been in places before that sell stuff. You're not unfamiliar to a blacksmith or a gem working shop. He's got for in the middle of a damn swamp town. He's got a good forge. It's good size. He's got number one, it's noisy. It's noisy in here. There's different sections where people are working on different anvils, and they have different forges set up with bellows. So he's got what looks like the people working out front, and then it looks like he has like 4 stations in here where there's humans working and dwarves working. Doesn't look like there's any elves in here, but. And then he's got where he himself works. He's got his station, and then there's like a counter with with like a cabinet where there's weapons behind glass, and he's got weapon racks in the back. And it looks like there's a couple people nearby that are just armed and armored, like he's employed guards just to stand watch, make sure no one's fucking around.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. And you can see the wares. He's got daggers. He's got a couple iron-tipped spears. He does have like some shoddy like bone gear too. He's got some scale armor. There's no plate of any kind. But he does have some short swords and a long sword. He does have you do see a long sword there. You can make a perception check if you want, with advantage, Reyna, because you're a merchant. You know what you're looking for.
13.
13. These are well made. You can tell by that, at least, that everything in here that you're looking at, like behind the glass and the weapon racks, everything looks good. The daggers are all they just appear to be like normal metal. You can't really like nothing in here. You don't see like a silver dagger or anything like that. Nothing like that stands out to you based on at least that roll. But everything looks like it was well made. It doesn't look like anything in here is trash.
Okay.
At least from your perspective.
Cool.
And the dwarf goes, You're just looking for a
A
regular
long
weapon,
sword.
or just a regular longsword?
I mean, if you have enchanted ones or anything of the sort, I wouldn't mind looking into it.
Well, I don't have any silver gear. I had a few hunters clear me out of that about a month ago. But I might have something for you. And he starts looking through things.
While you're back there, look for a shield too.
He says shields are right over here. And he points to his left, and you see that there's on a counter there's some hide shields that are laid out. They're not tortoise shell shields, but they're small, large, and there's a buckler there too. But they got like 2 large, 2 smalls, and they got a buckler. They're hide shield made out of a variety of hides, and leathers and things like that. He says, we got shields right there for you. They're fresh. They've never been carried into battle. And he tells you that he does have something for trade, and he's willing to let it go for cheap. He says, I have a dwarven forged weapon. If you're interested in that, it's not a long sword. It's a short sword.
That's perfectly fine too.
So everybody can make. I'm trying to think of what the correct roll is. I'll either allow Arcana, History, or just flat intelligent checks. I mean,
It
I'll allow
doesn't matter for me. History makes the most sense for my character, so.
Right. Well, everyone has a chance of knowing this, but like if you have training, if you want to make Arcana or History, you're going to get a better roll than just a flat intelligence check. Those are the options, though.
Your boy got a natural 1.
Me
Howard-
too.
I got a 11 total.
So
I got a
7.
17.
Nice.
What?
7.
So what? Reyna and Milo, you think that? Well, Milo, you got a natural 1. You think
I did too.
Oh, okay. So you two have You two have no clue what that means.
And I have no modifier. It literally stays
and,
at a natural one.
What did
I have a
Halberd?
+6.
I got like I think I said it was like a 11 or 13. It
Oh,
was
oh,
a
yeah, you did
low
say-
shit.
no,
It
you did
wasn't
say
it wasn't
13,
anything
I think you
crazy.
said, yeah.
13,
Okay.
yeah.
So a 13. Well, to you, Dwarven Forge means that it's made by a dwarf.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
why I was
Dwarven
going to be a
Forge
smart
weapon.
ass and say this guy's a
Yep.
dwarf, so all these weapons are dwarven
Yep.
forged.
Yeah.
Yeah. You, however, Basil, you know what Dwarven Forged means. In my world, what Dwarven Forged means is it's an adamantine weapon.
Oh.
It's made hardened. It's made to fucking murder shit. Things like stone golems that have resistance to almost every type of damage. That type of weapon was dwarven forged. There was extra love and dwarven care put into the manufacturing of this weapon with the rarest of metals, and no one really knows how it's made or mined. Dwarves fucking do it. But in the book in D&D, it goes by the term adamantine. So in my world, dwarven forge means adamantine.
No one
'Cause
knows
the
what
metal
happens in
adamant-
Moria.
Yep. The metal adamantine might not have a word in my world because the knowledge has been lost to
Yeah.
most. But you know that. You know that when he's saying he's got a dwarven forged short sword, that means he has an adamantine short sword, and that fucking thing is gonna plow through something if it hits it. It's very hard to resist damage made by adamantine. It's
Oh.
very, very hardened crafted weapon.
Are you gonna inform us about
I was waiting
this?
for him to finish his
Yeah, sorry.
thing.
Yeah, I go on rants. I apologize.
I'll just tap on her shoulder, and I'll lean down because she's short.
I
And
mean,
then,
I'm pretty tall, but
how tall
okay.
are you?
I'm like 6. Wait, hold on.
You're 6 feet.
No,
then-
I'm 5. I'm 5'10". Never mind.
Okay, well you're not that short. I thought you'd be like teeny tiny, like 5'4".
I'm a high elf. They're
I'm
tall.
5'6", Basil. Maybe you were thinking about me and my petite
I
form.
have to take a quick
Woo.
bio break. I'm sorry.
I'll
be
just-
right back.
I'll
Yeah,
just
there's
lean
secret
down and
romance
say-
going on.
Do your RP real quick. I'll be right
It's like,
back.
oh, goddamn, Shamil knows this bullshit.
I'll just lean down and say, that weapon is worth its weight in gold. Things are hard to find it very hard to resist, and it is very strong.
Well, then I might just have to have it
It's
because I deserve the finest things in life.
it's a secret of the dwarves. No one else knows how to craft such weapon.
Can we hear what you're
Oh.
saying?
Uh,
Or is it just between you and her?
I'm trying to be quiet, just so that the shopkeeper doesn't hear, because I don't want him to be like, oh, these guys don't know what the fuck they're buying, you know.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
So if you try really hard, sure, but
Because Milo
She'll-
would
me and Milo will
absolutely
shop.
offer some gold.
okay, I'll pick
if-
you up, and then I'll just tell that to her.
Why can't we just go off and talk to each other?
Well, we could, but he might raise the prices just based on us going off and huddling.
I'm here.
Yeah, so you hear it, sure.
So what was the interaction between Basil and the
I just
knowing
Killed
what
the
ad
Smith.
knowing
I basically whispered.
the Smith is dead.
I whispered that, only the
Not
dwarves know how to
Bartholomew.
make such an item. It's really strong, and things can't resist its blows and such. That's what I whispered to her, and then Milo heard.
Yeah, I heard, and I suggested if it's as strong as we're thinking, you're more than welcome. If you don't have enough, I'll offer some gold. Absolutely.
He's calling you poor.
No. I'm just saying it
That's
sounds
out
like
of
this is
character, that's out of-
expensive.
That's out of character.
Bartholomew.
You got it.
I forgot how to say his
You
name.
just say Bart.
Bartholomew. I can't say
Call
his
me
name
Bart.
anymore.
Call me
Bart. Okay, Bart. Bart, my buddy. Okay. Sorry, that was Star, not Raina.
He points to the business sign that says Bart's Bellows. He goes, "You're good, really."
Bart's Bellows. Okay, I'm interested in this short sword.
That be the good one or the not so good one?
Well, the one you just showed me. It is fine craftsmanship.
Oh yeah, he's showing you that. And what you notice is the sword is black. The metal on the blade is black.
I want it even more now.
Yeah. The hilt is not. The hilt is normal. The hilt is a normal, silverish colored gray hilt. But the blade itself is just dark black.
I'm gonna cast detect magic in here. Does anything light up?
Nothing that you see, no.
Oh. I thought that would work.
How much would this cost me?
Make group persuasion checks.
Sure.
Everybody's been talking in here. Everyone's been interacting. Let's see how well he takes to you and likes you. And
Come on.
that's going to depend.
Do
on
I get advantage because I'm exotic?
No need.
Yeah. Okay.
No need. Because I have a natural 20.
Oh yeah, I got a
Okay.
14.
Plus 3, so 23.
I got a dirty 20. Actually, it's a dirty 23. Sorry.
I got 12.
14.
He looks at all of you and he goes, nobody's been around here willing to buy the damn thing. The original price of it was 520. I'm willing to drop. Now listen, I don't think I'm gonna sell it. You guys, I can't remember the last time a Dragonborn walked into my shop. He points at Reyna and he goes, you look very delightful. You look happy to be here.
What's it say about me?
Yeah, she rolled a nat 20, so like he's just taken her, Reyna. He goes, I'm willing.
I mean,
to not...
Reyna is very, very pretty, so.
She rolled a nat 20 on her persuasion
I think
interaction.
she's clean because I gave her soap, so she doesn't
Yup.
stink.
I am clean, I smell nice, I look pretty. You know.
Yup. He says,
How
I'm
would
willing to knock 200 off the price.
For
320, it's yours.
How much do you have, Star?
145.
oh,
I got 45.
I got 19.
God, you broke.
I'm a traveling paladin.
What do
Okay.
you got?
I don't own a goddamn bar.
He looks at y'all. He can tell that like it might not be enough. You might not have enough. He goes, I mean, no one's gonna buy it. I don't think. I'll hang on to it. When you guys get the money, if you want to come back,
Yeah.
make me a rich dwarf, and I'll be happy to get rid of it, even if it's not what I wanted.
How much did you say you had, Star?
145.
How much was it total?
320.
Yeah, we're
I
still
got
not gonna
44.
get there.
I got 45.
Yeah,
I
we're still not
I
gonna
want
get
to buy
there.
a shield as well.
Yeah, you
Okay.
need to loot a dungeon.
Yeah.
Sure do.
I don't know that it's worth bankrupting
No.
ourselves over.
We need to go rob that old lady that sold us the fucking shit.
How much would a regular longsword be? For now.
It's like what, 10 gold, 7 gold?
Yeah, it's something like that. I'm looking.
I think I just
5
looked
maybe?
at it. It's 15.
It's 15 gold. So he'll let a normal regular longsword go for 15 gold. Absolutely.
I'll take a longsword, please. But hang on to that sword because I always get what I want.
He goes, I'm sure. I'm sure you guys will be back. So go raid some cavern, kill some monster and sell its hide. You can make that money easily if you're adventurers. But things be quiet in this area, so I quite understand.
I'll just, from my very short stature, I'll be like, "Hello, down here. Hi."
He looks over his counter.
Yeah.
And, he goes, "Oh, hey there. How
Yeah,
are you?"
I've been here the whole time. I know, I get it.
Oh, good lord, I feel so impolite.
Do you have any
Is that a
like?
winged cat?
It is. She's beautiful, isn't
Where
she?
the hell did you get that?
Well, my brain. actually.
I haven't seen one of those since I ate
Ever.
those weird mushrooms and dreamt about
Yeah,
one.
right.
Really,
I
that
get
was
it.
the last time I seen one of those.
Do you have any special arrows? Anything? I mean, past
I got
a normal
arrows.
arrow.
I don't have any magical ones. If that's what you're asking.
Right, yeah, just anything not normal. If not, that's all right. Just checking.
No, I don't. We got them alchemist arrows, I think, right? And one of the guys says, "Yeah, we've got a batch of those." He goes, "We have a batch of alchemist arrows."
What's that do?
I will look up the stats on that. They do fire damage. He lets you know that. He says you hit a target and you hit your target and the end of it will ignite and it will light a fire and cause more havoc. Based on what you're doing.
Oh, I like that.
Good for troll hunters. Good for starting a fire if you want to cause a diversion.
Good for going deeper into the swamp, perhaps.
It depends on what you're looking for, I guess. More hurt to whatever it is you're attacking is always good. I would say.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, he's willing to sell alchemist arrows at 55 gold a pop, which is actually underpriced.
I appreciate that, but I feel like
I have regular arrows too. Normal price.
I'm good on the normal arrows. I feel like you're probably accurate. We probably have to earn our keep here. we gotta do something before
You seem
we can.
like capable folk. You'll get there.
Right.
What's your business? What are you looking to do? What's your line of work? If you don't mind me asking.
We're actually we're a recent development as far as a group goes, but I look to the rest of the party and I look back and I'm like, we're actually looking for an abandoned cart that was lost.
Lost in these parts.
In the swamp, actually.
Someone went in there. They used
Yeah.
the roads.
Yeah.
The old one. Oh, well, good luck with that. If you got someone good at traversing the lands or knows it well, you could find it. I have faith, but I feel limited sympathy for anyone trying to cross through those swamps. It's why it was outlawed. It's dangerous. The city got sick and tired of losing goods to them damn muck monsters and quicksand pits and God knows what else. It's just a leech-infested mosquito zone now. I feel bad for anybody trying to go through there, much less anyone trying to hunt down what happened. You look like an outdoor savvy type. Are you the guide for this group? Are you the swamp guide?
Not particularly. I'm not familiar with the space. Not familiar with the area, but I'm from the forest at least, so.
He says there might be a couple around here willing to show you at least where the road is. I don't think anyone is going to traverse it. Someone might show you though if you paid them. It's about a couple days. No, not even that far. Probably like a day and some change going along the western swamp bank. You can I don't know where the road is myself, but I know that you go that way and you'll eventually find it. It's all overgrown now. But someone that knows where they're looking or someone that has a keen eye might find it. Maybe without a guide you can do it. I don't know your abilities, but you look extraordinary to me. I have faith. You can at least find it. Getting through there, though, that's a test of how good you are. I don't envy that trip if you don't have a guide.
Well, I appreciate that. Is there anyone you can recommend specifically?
With one hand.
hit up the Hunter Lodge. It's that big building you saw out front, surrounded by the Skinner Lodges. Anyone willing to be brave enough to try that mission would be hanging out there. Those are the hunters. Those are the people that walk the wilds, spear the things that slither in the muck.
This is the dwarf that's been speaking to us the whole time, right?
Yes,
The
correct.
guy who-
That's Bart.
Okay. Well, I mean, we appreciate the information, and we'll do that. Thank you.
Anytime. I hope I see you again. You seem like good folk. What manner of dragonborn are you? I don't mean to be impolite, but I don't think I've seen scales like that before. They're different.
I'm not quite sure. I didn't know my parents, so
Sorry to hear that.
it's fine. It's not.
Yeah, he feels bad. You can tell he feels bad for asking about it now. He says, "I didn't mean to pry into your personal
Oh,
affairs.
it's fine.
We don't get dragonborn here too often, and I've never seen one that looks quite like you."
Have you seen another one around here that has come through here recently?
Recently, no. I haven't. I don't think I've seen a dragonborn here for years. To be honest, and they didn't come in my shop when they were here.
Oh, okay.
We don't get too much traffic up here. I'll be honest, the local sales alone have made me rich. Hunters that want, daggers that won't break, spears that won't break, spears that hit harder. Smartest decision of my life. This place. There's nothing to do here. I just live a quiet life, and I get to be away from all the violence and madness of the world. I do wish you the best, though. If you're looking for a guide, the Hunter Lodge is where you're going to need to look.
I'll pipe up. So, should we expect to find any one-legged people, one-armed people in this Hunter's Lodge, or?
Oh, you're talking about the retired ranger.
Maybe. I don't know.
He was.
I was looking at the shields whenever that was happening. What was you talk about that?
He says he was. I believe he was arrested on something. I don't know what, but the Lord had him hauled out of the lodge some time ago, or a few days ago. We not heard anything since. He broke some law. He stole from somebody. Who knows what he did? But he pissed off the wrong person.
Can't trust vagrants these days, you know.
No, he's not a vagrant. He's lived here a while. He's not a vagrant. He came out here after he retired from his position. He's ex-military.
What was his name again?
His name was oh God, what was it?
Well, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember it myself. It was I think his name was Giles, actually. Something weird like that. Giles or Jules or something like that.
Yeah. I hate J names.
It started with a J, I know that.
Okay.
Jeffrey.
So, about these shields over here, I'll pull up one of the hide shields. Can I show it to him? Does it have straps on the back? It's metal straps? What kind of strap on the back? I figured it would be leather or hide.
Sorry, well, you cut out on my end. I didn't hear what you said.
I was asking, so I would change the subject to the shields. I was asking him.
Right.
I flip the shield around and see, is it a leather? Are there leather straps on the back? Is it a metal that you slide your arm through? I know there.
There's no metal on the shield.
Mm-hmm.
There's leather straps that are affixed to it. And the shield itself seems to be like bone outline with hide stretched over it, and it's a hide shield, and it's got leather straps.
I want to ask him, do you have any with like more straps or like strap attachments that I can put on the shield? And I'll pull out I'll reach into my bag, pull out like a broken sword, like bottom part of the sword. Ask him, I need to attach this to the back of the shield.
Give me a day to work on that. And, 5 extra gold for my trouble to fixate it, but sure, I don't mind doing that.
Don't worry about it. I'll take the shield.
You just want the shield? Sure.
Yeah, I'll take the shield.
All right, yeah, it's
I can
you
give
get the big
him
one.
5 gold.
He doesn't want to wait, I don't think, is the thing. He wants to take the shield and go, I think is the thing.
Yeah, I'll hand over the stuff for the shield. It was how much gold?
Did you
5.
did you get the small or the large shield?
I just want like I don't want like I mean is there a difference in like AC? Because usually shields are just like +2, right? Is that...
No, I'm being stupid.
I just want I'm not trying to get like a full body shield, dear God. I just want like
It's a tower
like
shield.
a basic circle shield kind of thing. Just a basic shield, nothing impressive.
Yeah, what type of shields does he have?
Window shield.
Not tower shield.
You have a heater?
You said it was 10 gold.
It's 10. It's 10 gold.
Okay. Yeah. So I
No. It's my 3-5 knowledge coming back to me when there were 3 different types of shields.
Gotcha.
4 actually, buckler too. So I was like, oh, there's buckler, there's fucking I'm being dumb.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
+2
sorry.
at this
I'm
point.
sorry, Scream,
No,
that I
you're good.
constantly do that. I grew up in a very different damn time where there were 4 types of shields, and one of them gave +4 to AC, for fuck's sake.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
It was a tower shield,
Yeah,
and only
that's-
certain people could even
Wait,
wield
I'll
it.
look
Yeah.
at the shield. I'll look at the shield and be like, No, never mind. I changed my mind. I'll give it back to him. Get my gold back.
Oh.
How do you really
I'm not
want it?
proficient with shields.
Oh.
Oh,
Doesn't feel right.
I equipped it. Yeah, it feels a little weird. I equipped it and
Yeah,
saw
he's-
like disadvantage. I was like, oh wait a minute. I don't want that.
He
That's
laughs
funny.
a little bit, and he's like, it's a lot harder than it looks, right? You think
Yeah.
it's just strapping it on, but it really changes everything. It weighs some, and I get ya. He goes, come back if you feel like you want that, though.
You have to carry it for hours. Ugh.
Don't you have a shield?
I do have a shield. I'm just
He
I'm
gets
just-
it.
All right, thanks for your time. Have a good one.
I have no doubt that we'll be back for the sword and possibly for those arrows, but I don't think it's happening now. But we appreciate your time.
Oh, no problem. I try to sell things, a little bit cheaper than Eelfell. To get less traffic, I have to get those sales. But yeah, arrows are those special arrows are expensive, and that dwarven forge item I've been trying to find a buyer for years. So if you come back to me with the 320, I'll sell it to you.
Right.
Promise.
I think you have a buyer. It's whether or not, we have the gold.
Yeah. Go
I
hunting
have
in them
so
swamps
much
long
at home.
You go hunting in them swamps long enough, you'll find enough dead bodies to loot, and then you'll have enough gold. That's what I hear.
Here's hoping.
Damn.
Well, fortunate fishing to you, and happy hunting. Come back to Bart's.
I'm gonna let the other 3 leave, and I'm gonna linger
Sure.
and speak to the dwarf.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
And I'm just gonna quickly say, you're not familiar with the name Thomas Quinn, are you?
No.
It doesn't ring a bell. Halfling ranger like myself, he would have had a wolf instead of a flying cat. And I'll just laugh, just to break any tension.
Tell you what. Roll percentiles, high or low.
Low.
Or I will roll. I'll roll the percentiles actually. And,
Oh, okay. Low.
Or I mean, you can if you want to.
Okay. Sure.
If you want to do it, you want high though.
Low.
Do you want low? Okay, so you want the low roll. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You can roll them up. I've been doing a lot of the percentile rolls.
58.
That name does not ring a bell to him, sadly.
Okay. I mean, that's Milo didn't expect much, so.
Halfling Rangers, seen those, but not that name. No, sorry.
Okay, well, he would have looked like me, so it probably would have jogged your memory.
I haven't seen anyone looking like you, to be honest.
Okay.
Name I haven't heard.
I appreciate your time. I just I'm looking for someone, and thank you.
Relative, I assume. They look like you.
Yes, absolutely.
Understand.
Yeah.
Understood. I'll keep an eye out. Keep an ear out. I'll even ask about the name if I'm in the Hunter Lodge.
And I will just say, well, it's been 16 years, so chances are, if
Oh wow.
yeah,
Okay.
if it hasn't hasn't been yet, it's probably not gonna be. But thank you. And I'll just walk out the door and I'll say we'll be back.
I hope so. Be safe. And the constant clanking of anvils has been, there the whole time. The sound of the forges being worked, sound of people working and calling out things. People cursing when they fuck something up or hit something wrong. But you all leave and you get out of that hot atmosphere and back to the marsh environment that you're in, this community, back to the people milling about, doing their things. You see the Hunter Lodge, or what must be it, this very large wooden building. It's much more well built than most of the personal homes that people are in. This is built almost more longhouse style, not fully, but the idea is there. It's just a very large building. There's a couple steps leading up to it, and then almost like a porch area, and you can go into it. Not so different to how a lot of inns are in more central Eelfell. And this is where it looks like the adventurers hang out, at least in this neck of the woods. It's not like a city, adventurer hold where, there's lots of people and lots of activity, but it looks like there's some people there that, have, weapons at side or bows, next to them with quivers hanging at their hip or, on the ground with their equipment. And in front of that is the I forget what those things are called. They're areas that are set aside for people that are tanning hides and stretching the skins of animals and the hides, that type of thing.
Leather rack.
I'm forgetting what the hell that station would be called for some reason. But yeah, that's what's going on. There's a lot of teepeed areas like that where people are working and getting the skins of deer and things like that have been nearby. People skinning alligator and things like that, all sorts of things, getting the scales off, getting meat ready, and everyone's kind of milling about. That's the setting. You do see the Hunter Lodge. And other than that, looking at the map, hang on, my fucking thing bugged. The pathway kind of leads up. into, you know, less populated areas of the town, but there's still teepees, there's some hills, and then part of the area kind of just gives way to the swamp water, and there's just ferns and lily pads. There's a little splotch of land out in the middle of this swampland with trees on it where there's people there, and there's a lot of canoes and boats and things like that. That's just the land. And then it looks like there's a big hut type structure way across where the land kind of hooks over at the end of the fish hook. Like if you look at you see how there's a fish hook shape going on, and at the end of the hook there's a pier, and then there's the big building. It looks like that big building is where there's, you know, a lot of guards and a lot of like more well-armored people kind of hold up. That's kind of the area and how it looks. And all the while there's people, children, fishermen, you know, people wrestling, you know, everyday life. Like this is a whole town, and they're outdoors people. You know, they're wrestling, they're playing games, they're working, they're living their life. Like this is just another day. There's music going with bone instruments and hide drums. There's just a whole lot going on here.
Just like, get in there, Hal.
Bone instruments, you say. Maybe later. We do have a mission.
Is there anyone, literally anyone close to me?
There's
that I
lots
could
of
just,
people.
Yeah. Can I just stop someone and say, hi, I know this is odd, or I assume it's odd. I'm sorry. Is there anyone in town who's like really adept at like the history of the area, or just who would be aware of like all the comings and goings, the people who pass through here, like something like that?
They look at you, they listen to all that, and then they say, yes, there is.
Is it
And
someone I could speak to?
This is just like a half elf, you know, like 17, 18-year-old, and he looks at you and goes, well, you'd have to talk with over there. He points to the end of the fish hook where a lot of the armored people are. The Lord of Hemlock sits there. The person that you're speaking of is the Swamp Speaker. She's the advisor to the Lord, and she can speak to animals, and she can turn into animals, and some say she is an animal, and you're a stranger, and I'm not supposed to talk to you, and then he walks away.
Very helpful.
I'm just like shout after him. I'm like, thank you.
Anytime.
Okay.
And then like you see him kick a ball into a bunch of group of other like kids his age, and then he, you know, 18, 19, 17-year-olds just, you know, all playing together, getting ready before the hunt or whatever it is they do.
Okay. I'll just follow along with the group where we're going next.
The hunter.
Yes.
The Hunter's Lodge. Yeah. I want to look for the biggest, baddest motherfucker in there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh no.
I like the reactions. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Star's like, oh no.
And I also want to look for the weakest motherfucker in there. I need to see the scope. I need to see the range this building's offering us. I need to see the price sheet of the bunch.
Of these.
Where the hunting lodge
Yeah,
you're
the
talking
Hunter's
about?
Lodge. Yeah.
So you go in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
Collectively,
unless
I think
I'm impeded by
that's where we're
anyone,
going. Yeah.
No. There's no guards. There's a couple of people that see you approaching, and they don't really say anything, but they kind of look you all up and down. Like you can tell they're the locals. They hang out here all the time, and they're not used to seeing a group quite like yourselves approaching, and they kind of look you up and down. Let's see what kind of greeting they give you. Low is bad, high is good. Let's just see what kind of mood these fucks are in. They're not openly hostile, but they don't say anything, and from the looks they give you, you can tell, like, it's kind of like, oh, here we go, we got, some foreign adventurers coming into Hemlock, for whatever it is that, they don't get hostile with you, but you can tell it would not take very much interaction before it possibly got hostile. That's the kind of look you guys are getting, and that's the first time that's happened.
So as that is the reaction, I'm going to quickly reach for my loot as if I'm like going for a weapon, and I want to see whoever stands up first. That's who I want to talk to.
Wait, what do you do?
So I'm going to like grab my loot. I have a loot
Right.
on me. I'm going to grab it as fast as I can to kind of like simulate me at grabbing my weapon, and whoever
Right.
stands up first is the person I want to talk to.
Oh, in front of these guys that are kind of sizing you up or looking
Yeah.
at you?
Yep. Basically my goal is to find something. I want to see who's the quickest, like who has the fastest reaction, because that in my mind that would tell someone that has good survival skills.
Sure. I'll see which one does. Someone probably will. Roll performance, because that's technically what you're doing.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that this is going to pass or fail you, but there's a reason.
17.
All right. Okay, so the guy sitting to your right sees you do that, and he stands like he thinks you're about to do something fucked up, and he stands up, and your mission has happened. What do you say to him?
Relax, pal. It's just a loot. But why I got your attention? I need a guide to the swamp. You look like you can guide.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage. And the reason you have disadvantage is, well, these guys already are on edge about you for some reason.
I rolled 218, so it's going to be a 20.
Oh, no way.
His expression changes. He goes, huh. Fair enough. I thought you were some arrogant pricks coming in here to show us up or flex on us, but
It's the flying.
show
cat.
up and within a minute you're asking me for help.
Yeah,
What's
your rate? What's your charge?
What are you looking for exactly?
I'll look to the group, back at them.
I don't have a going rate, but if you need help,
I need someone to guide us to either a road in the swamp or through the swamp. We're trying to find a lost package.
that road.
Yeah,
All right.
As far as anyone's willing to
You
go.
want me to guide you through it, or you want me to guide you to it?
Preferably through it, but if you're uncomfortable and incapable, then just to it, to the road.
I'll guide you to it. And it sucks. There is a guy that could probably have guided you through it, if he wasn't
then-
arrested.
Okay? If he was arrested, what was he arrested for? I mean, if you don't want to go, that's what it seems like, right?
He shot
I
the
will go
Lord's.
get him.
He shot the Lord's favorite alligator. He's he can't make bail.
Well, did the guy have it coming to him?
He shot an alligator that was marked safe by the swamp speaker. So I mean, what can I do about that?
Was there good reason?
I don't know,
He hates
to
Florida.
be honest.
Okay, so
I don't know if he killed it out of malicious intent, or if he was defending his life or his property, or if he was just in the wrong place and didn't know. Either way, they found his arrow in the alligator. They caught him on the scene of the crime. They hauled him away. That's really all I know.
well, sounds like the guy I need to talk to. All right, have a good one.
Well, no, wait. He said he couldn't make bail. What's bail? Do we know? Is there a number?
It's money, monetary value.
Right, but
What?
Probably a couple hundred gold.
Oof.
The Lord's pissed. He doesn't want him to see the light. He knows no one can pay that.
I mean, obviously,
Did it
if
on purpose.
the guy was worth the coin value, then he wasn't really important, huh?
I don't know what the bail is. I'm not the speaker in terms of that. I'll be honest. I would guess it's about 200 gold because no one paid it, and he couldn't pay it himself. He's not poor. He's got to have something. He's a hunter. He's a retired ranger. But whatever the bail was set at, he didn't have it on hand, and nobody came to his rescue. That's all the gossip on that. I'll show you the road. We can leave right now, and within 2 days, I'll either give you your damn money back, or that road is going to be found. But I'm not going in. I'm not going down the road.
Why don't you just wait here for a couple hours? We'll come back. We're gonna weigh our options and see what we can do. You know, not saying you're not a good candidate, but
he's an elf, by the way. He's the elf bowman. That's the one that stood up. The one that had the bow and the quiver to the side. Okay. He's the one that stood up.
I was gonna ask him. Does the Lord seem reasonable, or has he been known to be untrustworthy, uncaring, or the alligator incident seems kind of unreasonable to an outsider?
Oh, you said alligator or alligator?
Alligator.
Like the animal?
Yes. Yeah, like the animal.
I thought you were talking about a fucking person that I was thinking delegator. That's what I was thinking in my mind.
Yeah. No. Oh, no. You didn't murder a person. Otherwise, it would be a lot.
Okay. I'm a little less confused now.
Okay. Yeah, so he said, he's not unreasonable. He's not an evil man. He just, he defends the town. He sticks up for our rights. He lets us fish where we want. He doesn't charge a tax on that too badly. But, he had a soft spot for that alligator. Sally was her name, I think, and I don't know what drove him into killing it, but he did, and now he's in jail. But
is there any chance to negotiate with this lord, do you think?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he's a fair man. He's just pissed.
Okay.
No one's gonna come and sacrifice their gold, around here. Look at your guys' armor and gear could buy half this town. Let's just be reasonable. So no one's gonna pay 200 gold or whatever it is to get this alligator murderer out of jail.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Basil, go on. Lead the way.
Yep. I'll walk to the jailhouse or the Lord? Are they?
Yeah.
Well, nobody told you where the jail was or where the holding cell was, but you were pointed out where the swamp speaker and the Lord sits, and it's at the end of the fishhook. Which would take several minutes to walk through this town, through all of the people and everything. And then there's no path; it's just crossing the wetlands where it's still solid and not water to get around there. So it's only going to take you it'll take you several minutes, but you can get there.
Well,
it's not.
While we were walking, I will tell the group a story about a human that used to play golf whose master was one-handed and lost his hand to an alligator. The tale of Billy Madison.
Yeah, Chubbs McGee. I've heard that tale.
I tell the tale of Chubbs McGee, and I correlated that sounds real familiar, huh?
Remember the gator that took off your hand? I got his head.
The price is wrong, bitch.
The price is wrong. Oh, Bob Barker died too. That's so rough.
Anyways, that was mine.
R.I.P.
That was my game.
Yeah, R.I.P. No, for sure. So you guys go to the Lord's hovel, the Lord's palace. So this structure is pretty big. It's you can tell it's several sticks have been somehow almost fused together in a circular pattern, this big ass circle to form this giant hovel. That with an opening, and there's like a couple TP surrounding it, and there's guards. You're not sure how they made this naturally. It's pretty exotic in terms of how it was crafted, even though it's only out of very simple sticks and sod and that type of thing. But there's some guards milling about with their scale armor, not really wearing a lot of coverage on the arms or the legs, but they do have scale armor. They do have hide armor. Some of them, they are armed. They stop you, and they're like, "What's your business here, travelers?"
We are going to speak with the Lord and the Swamp Speaker, or the.
You have he doesn't say appointment. He says you have business scheduled with the swamp speaker and with the Lord. Is he expecting you?
Why, of course. I'm gonna pull out my signia and be like, we're on merchant duties.
You pull out the king sigil.
Well, she doesn't have it.
No, I was pulling out my insignia.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Make a persuasion check. For sure. I would give you advantage, but they don't know. These aren't nobles, so I'm not going to give you advantage. Yeah.
You don't speak their subtitle language.
If you were an Eelfell, you might have advantage based on what's happening.
What was it, persuasion?
It's persuasion, yep. Or no, wait, you're lying. It's deception, right?
Deception?
Yeah, it's deception. My bad, not persuasion. I'm so used to it being persuasion.
That's
You're
worse.
not the
That's worse.
3.
Mustn't lie.
He says, "The Lord doesn't know who any of you are. You've never been in here before, and I would have heard about a dragonborn and flying cat halfling guy. You know, I would have heard about this. Who are you really?" They're eyeing you a little suspiciously now.
I'll look back to Howard and just.
We've heard of strange things happening all across the realm lands. Don't try funny business here.
Look, buddy.
What is your business here?
Look here, pal. We're on official king's business, okay? Tell me the letter. Give me the letter.
I'll just pull out the seal.
King's business, huh? Oh, he's like, "King's business, huh?" First do it, and then you pull out the letter, he shuts right up. He's like, "King's business, huh?"
Yeah, what was that? What was that?
Oh.
What? That's what I thought.
I understand the lie. Okay, I get why you were lying. You have business with the Lord? King's business? Very well. I will alert him. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
And he says he goes, "Here, just watch over them real quick. I'm sure they're fine. I'll be right back."
I'll lean over to Baz and I'll say, "We might have to kill them later."
If it comes to it, then I'll walk in.
Yeah, the guard walks in, tells you guys to wait 1 second. He's gonna make sure the Lord isn't dealing with anything else.
He's got his clothes on.
And like a minute later, he comes back out. The opening to this hovel is like there's cloth and beads and all that hanging down there from leather thongs and everything. That's the type of entrance it is. Real like 60s and 70s style entrance almost. And you can see that there's something wafting out of the entrance, like vapor or fumes of some kind. It's tough to say what it is. And he says, "The Lord will see you. You need not be disarmed. You are on King's business. You are trusted. Go on right ahead. And you are permitted to enter." And they couple guards will escort you through the entrance.
I'll just stand up a little straighter. Come to my full size.
Yeah,
Chest out.
I'll do the opposite and just nod in appreciation. I know it's not the Lord or the King, but I'll still.
Right.
Just a sign of saying thank you.
Inside is a big roundish room. All along the sides and here and there towards the center are seating or fine seats out of wood and hides. Proper seats, not the best seats like in Eelfell, but these are nice for what these people have showing on the outside. The smoke and the vapors are from pipes that are being smoked in here. It looks like there is incense being burned in places. There is like a rock pit in the center. There's no stonework or woodwork on the floor. It's the ground. It's the dirt. It's the grass. It looks like it's actually well tended. It looks like it's better tended inside this hovel for some reason than outside where you were just stepping. It looks like it's well kept. It's not gross walking in here. It might be a little warm and sweaty because of people in here smoking, and everyone or a little bit less dressed or is very very comfortable in their seating, but everyone looks at you. There's men, women, there's elves, humans, there's a couple dwarves, there's half elves, and you see your first half orc. There's a half orc in here. You haven't seen one of those in a minute. There's a half orc sitting in a corner talking with someone who's now eyeballing you guys, and clearly who must be the lord. Towards the center of the room, on a little bit of elevated ground, is a high seat, a table with food and drinks and more smoking apparatuses. He's surrounded by, noble-looking people of the swamplands, people of importance. Reyna, you're used to the attires of people. You can tell that these are the swamp nobles. You're in the swamp nobles. It might look different than what you're used to. These are the important people and how they dress and what they do in Hemlock. And the man is he's a fairly not too large, but he's on the cusp of being pretty overweight. He's fairly tall. He's fairly thick of limb. He's got, short but scraggly kind of hair. He looks like he's about, 40-ish, maybe 45, or pushing that. And he's got good tunics. He's got, good leathers on, and not armor, but leather tunics and good pants with ornamental like bone necklaces, and he's got a metal sword to his side. There's a great big bow on the other side of the chair, hanging on like two antlers that come off of the high back chair, where there's a great bow just sitting in the antlers. You don't see it's almost like a trophy, rather than an actual weapon ready to be used. And this man just sits there looking at you as he's eating and puts down his smoking device. And he says, I heard you're on king business. Is that true?
Yes, we've been sent to check for a cart further north of here and such.
I see.
I'll produce the letter and the seal and such.
Yeah, he doesn't stand, but he signals for you to like approach the table. And you see sitting near him is a human woman, not too young, not too old, starting to wrinkle but not quite. She's robed in mossy green, almost not quite like a ghillie suit, but not unlike that either. It's a very strange attire. She's got like very mossy looking garb, and she's cloaked and robed in it. She looks like she was like crawling out of, a mangrove of some kind. And she's seated near him. And he looks at the seal and he goes, all right. He goes, very well. I had to see it with my own eyes. Things are getting a little hectic down south, so I hear.
Quite.
And you're a little different. I think you know that. I know it's rude to say, but you is.
When
It just is.
when he says a little different, I'm gonna instruct Nyx to just land and just be on all fours instead of flying, just out of respect.
He sees that and he goes, that's pretty rare. I haven't seen that. Nothing like that in a hot minute. He says, who are you, halfling? I don't believe I've seen you here.
I'm Milo Quinn, from the forest. And I just
Quinn, eh?
kind of nod. Yeah.
Okay. He says, what can I do for y'all? I am Lord Horgal. I am the master of the marshes, the lord of the lily pad.
That's great.
And I am at your service in your quest on the king's business. What can I do for you for? And he sits forward very seriously, showing you respect.
Well,
He says, eat, sit. And he says, make room for the king's servants. And immediately lesser nobles start scattering and moving, and some servants start moving chairs around. He goes, sit, eat. We got alligator, got some marsh boar over here. None of that gross grizzly meat they serve a few miles down at the border. You can eat in here. Smoke. Talk business.
I love alligator.
I'll take a seat.
Me too.
How do you? What's your favorite kind of cut?
Yes. So now it's just you and the woman. It's you guys, the noble, and the woman dressed in moss, the mossy robe attire, and it's just you guys at the table. The rest of the nobles are just along the sides. They're going about their own business. There's some guards in here keeping an eye out on you, though, listening in. Your conversation's not entirely private, but it looks like the room is just handling things normally.
Just a really quick question. When I said my full name, did I notice any reaction from him based on the last name?
You think he was trying to recall if that name meant anything to him, because he was like, Quinn, huh? He starts thinking, he goes, okay, and then that's all he says.
Okay.
Like, he's showing you respect. It's hard for you to tell if he knows that name or not,
okay.
But yeah.
So I believe it's north of here. We've been sent to investigate a cart that was attacked or at least gone missing north of here. I hear the roads have been quite dangerous, so that's why we've been hired.
Oh yeah, you can't. For many years, you can't take that road through the swamp. Too many goods went missing. They outlawed it. They said just don't go down that road. I can't imagine why anyone would go down that road. So you're looking for a missing cart, huh? No idea what's on it, or you're probably not willing to talk about what's on it. If someone was going down that road, probably they didn't want whatever it was to be found.
Mm-hmm.
Hence you coming forward, and maybe that's not it. None of my business. So you need a guide, or you need the road found. Is that why you're in my lodge?
Yes, we had one in mind, actually.
I think I can help you out.
Oh?
Yeah.
Yes, the one in the...
He's sipping from his cup. I was taking a sip of soda. He too was also sipping.
Okay.
I think I can help you out. He takes a drink of his goblet, and then he says, "There's trackers at the lodge.
Well,
Tell them."
Mm-hmm.
No, he sees you about to talk, and he says, "Yeah."
I believe you have one of their best locked up.
talking about Gillian Giles. No. He is being held for his crimes. Till bail is posted, or he admits his crimes, or we get a magistrate down here to properly attest to his crimes. I cannot let him go. Sorry.
What if we bring him back? He can just take us there, and then we bring him back to you.
Make a persuasion check.
Good luck.
Well, shit. I threw my dice. I don't know where it went.
She just hucks her die across the room. I rolled a something.
Natural 40.
Persuasion? Okay.
Yeah.
Two.
No, it's 22.
Hmm.
He looks at you, he goes, "Bring him back, huh?"
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
If he's the best,
No,
he deserves
he
the
says-
best.
He says, "Okay. Maybe he'll get killed by an alligator while he's out there. And
Perhaps.
if not, you'll just bring him back. Either way, I win."
What was his crime? What was his charge?
He shot Sally, my
Who's
pet
Sally?
alligator.
Oh,
My pet alligator.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
alligator.
It is what it is.
That alligator must have been really, really important to you.
Well, it's my pet. I cared about it.
I see.
Milo's like fiercely biting his tongue.
Howard wants to stir the shit, but Howard's not dumb. So. I'm sorry for your loss. I know how hard it is to lose a loved one.
He says, I'll go tell him if he goes out and helps you lot. When he gets back here, his bail will be cut in half, and then he can
What?
afford it. I think
What is his bill? What was his bill set at?
175 gold.
No.
We've
Yes.
already persuaded him.
The-
We
Right.
don't need to spend
Right.
money.
No.
175 gold.
What a
we
sum.
need to know what type of person this person is first before we pay any money.
So,
Yeah, 22 persuasion got him to for
Yep.
sure got you
Yep,
what you
yep, yep.
needed. Now it's just
We're good.
now it's just a different story.
I want
Well-
to ask Orgle. What happens if he doesn't make it back? Is everything just forgiven?
If he doesn't make it back, well, I guess his family inherits his assets. That's
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
The crime is gone, expunged. It's not a lineage crime. It doesn't carry over to the rest of the fam. It's nothing like that. It's just if he dies out there, he dies out there, and I certainly don't want you to kill him out there.
No,
Not over-
no, we
not
would
over
never.
this.
No, we would never do that.
Don't try that. I'd rather him just suffer a little while for what he did. He knows it's wrong.
How do? Pardon me. How do we know that he killed it? Exactly.
He was seen. His arrow was pulled out of it. He later on admitted it.
Mm.
There's that.
Did he have a reason?
that's
I know
pretty
this is
bad.
hard to talk about. Did he have? I just want to have a good picture with what I can expect when we work with this guy.
He claims it was a bad alligator. That it was it killed some pets of local people, local citizens, but it's just hearsay. Either way, you bring it to the Lord. If my alligator is killing pets, bring it to me. You say your alligator is killing pets. You don't go into my back marsh and murder my pet. You just don't do that. You just don't do that.
So he admitted to the crime. Who saw him again? Sorry, I know this must be rough.
Gonna kill
Talk
his
about.
witnesses.
Who saw
Some
him?
local fishermen saw him do it.
What were their names? By chance?
Oh, I forget.
Oh,
Well,
They're just-
oh.
I
forget-
asked. I didn't take complete names down, but I inquired about it. Some people came forward, said they saw him shoot it. He pulled the arrow out. We questioned him about it. Found he has the same arrows. He admitted to doing it after that. Said why? It was because the gator was apparently being bad. So instead of doing something about it politically, he went and took initiative.
So
He's in jail.
It sounds like it was open and shut, but I mean, just one question: how was this man revered before this happened? Was he like appreciated, or was he just another like common folk, or?
Oh, he was fairly appreciated until he did this. That's why I didn't. That's why I just threw him in jail with a heavy bail instead of chopping off fingers or sending him to Pyre Hill for hurting my pet or sending him on a shit cart all the way to Eelfell. I'm really just letting him think about what he's done. He's not going to die for this crime. Let's be real. He doesn't deserve it, but I'm pissed.
Understood.
Have a
So
right to
there's
be.
there's some respect there, but he crossed a line.
He crossed a line. He pissed in my... I am the master of the marsh. Every alligator in this swamp, mine. My alligator.
Sure,
According to the king.
and some of them are, you know, beloved pets, and some of them are food.
Correct. He had hundreds of gators to kill. If there was really a problem with mine, he could have brought it up to me.
Sure.
That is how this works.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm punching my microphone. Well, yeah, I think. I mean, it sounds like what we asked for makes the most sense, right? He helps us, and if he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, so
If
be
he
it.
if he doesn't, I didn't wish him dead. I know I spoke. You know, either way I win. That was a little cold of me.
Sure.
He doesn't deserve death. He doesn't. And that wasn't very lordly of me to say to king's servants. It's not the law that a man die for that. It isn't for an elf or a dwarf or a half-orc for that matter. But my authority was usurped, and he took justice into his own hands. If he comes back, If he comes back and he saw your mission successful, I will pardon his crimes. I will agree to that. You're all reasonable. You seem legit. Hemlock gets a bad reputation. I don't want my decisions to add to that. I want you to know that we live life a little differently here, but we're still respectable. If he comes back and he has succeeded in your mission, helped you, honestly, not tried to escape, not tried to thwart you, I'll let it go. I'll let the whole thing go. He served the kingdom. He serviced the king. That's more important than my pride. So if he comes back, that's that. But he's gonna have to go out there if he wants any chance of atoning. That's how I view it. Otherwise, he can sit before the king, and I'll put in my report. Those are his choices. Help you or deal with the politics. Does that sound fair to you, servants? Servants of Eelfell?
I mean, up until being called servant, Milo really appreciated
Yeah.
all of that, and he's just kind of shrugged that off and just speak up, look at the rest of his party, and look back at the Lord and say, I just in case something bad happens, we get turned around or we can't make it back, is it all right if I ask you personally a question while I have your audience?
Sure.
Are you familiar with the name Thomas Quinn?
The name rings bells. I don't know what bells they ring, but it sounds familiar.
I mean, he would look like me. He would be a ranger just like me. Instead of a cat, it'd be a wolf.
I will think more on this. It's ringing bells.
Okay.
It's ringing bells, Mr. Quinn, and I have an addled memory. I smoke too much, and I've spent too much time in this lodge. But in the years I've been here, a great many hunter and wanderer have come through these lands, have sat audience with me, and I think that name that you said has sat in this lodge before, has broken bread with me. But this was years ago.
I just nod
This
and I
this was many years ago.
I say, sure. I mean, time is all we can ask for, right? Whether it be remembrance or, I mean, anything. Time's important.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
The Swamp Witch then speaks, the Swamp Speaker, and she's an elf. She says, I know the name, Thomas Quinn.
Hmm?
Nani?
I know that name. And if you come back, perhaps I will say more.
If you can't give me any hope for like, he's on like the verge of tears. Like, you can't give me any hope for the journey. That's some semblance of hope, but you're giving me an if instead of a when. Like, you have no faith that will come back. Like, why can't you give me that information for the trip?
I'm not a fortune teller, and I must consult with the spirits of nature for more info. But what I will tell you is, I know the name Thomas Quinn, and that name is not unheard of in druidic circles. And that is all I can tell you. If you survive your trips into the marshes and you come back after I have communed with the spirits, perhaps I will have more information for you. But what I'm telling you is, this information is not for all ears. I'm not allowed to say everything that I wish to say.
Milo just nods.
Can I do it?
Oh, you go ahead, Tyler.
I was gonna say, can I tell if it's like, if it's bad, or like, maybe is what he's saying coming off like, oh, his father's like dead, or oh, his father did something really bad?
You can make an insight check to see what she means.
Yeah, my judgment's too clouded to even try to assess that.
What I was gonna say was Howard would have probably put like a hand on your shoulder, kind of like.
I'll get a 14.
It sounds like where you have your group and organization and goals and secrets, it sounds like this druid has druidic secrets that she may or may not be able to reveal to every in this place with all ears. You also garner that from her reactions, this is something she's going to have to delve into, because you believe that that's probably not, like, she probably is not on a one-on-one contact with whoever Thomas Quinn is. You're gathering that, and she needs to reach out to her sources, and her sources are much different than your sources, where you might write a parchment letter and get it across the world in time and then receive word that way. This woman is going to use nature magic to get whatever research she needs done. And if you guys come back, maybe there's going to be more to it. You think more or less she has sensitive information that she might not be able to share. And she's going about it in a way like you would, keeping secrets with people that might not be ready for the whole truth. Maybe you can't even tell the whole truth. You think it's similar to that.
So Milo,
yeah, that's it.
Milo will just speak up and ask one more question. Just say, is he still alive?
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where Howard would have put his hand on Milo and be like, I don't even want to said anything, obviously, but he would have put his hand on your shoulder to brace you. And then he would speak up. I find it weird that you would wish will intent upon the king's servants, but it is what it is, I guess. When we come back, we expect information. Come on, Milo.
I'll just say to him, thank you for your help. And then I'll nod my head and then I'll take my leave.
I just say, thank you. Thank you.
The king is, or not the king, the Lord is, Horgel is, writing on, some parchment. He gets parchment from the druid, and, he's writing on it. And, he gives it to one of the guards. He says, take this down to the jailer, and this is the situation we're giving Mr. Giles. And it's his choice. You can escort them to the holding cells, and he can make his choice from there. And he gives the piece of parchment to one of these guards, and then the Lord stands up and he offers to shake hands with each of you. He says, I wish you the best, agents of the crown. I hope you fare well in the swamps, no matter who takes you. And I hope we get to eat again in my hovel.
I'll shake his hand. And then, yeah, I'll go.
I'll do one of those, like, handshakes where, like, you start to shake it and you grab it with the other hand. And just
Yeah, because your hand is really small compared to his.
Well, it's not just that. It's just the emotion of, like, wanting to put, like, as much of Milo's small body and strength, behind it as he can. And just kind of, like, hold it up to his head.
He says, she remembers the things that I can't. And she speaks for the swamps, she speaks to the animals, and she knows things that I can't. I knew this Quinn was here at some point. She confirms it. When she communes with the spirits and with the natures, however it works, I'm sure she will garner some results for you when you come back. I'm sorry we can't be more helpful in the finding of your father.
No, I mean,
at least for the time being.
This is... that's more than I've had so far, so thank you.
Good day. I'm glad you're on the trail then, at least, and I'm glad that this was some form of comfort, if any. Be well. Be safe.
Thank you.
And be like the marshes, always full of life.
Oh, I come from a place very similar, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, Howard doesn't shake his hand.
That's fair. Howard, a man of few handshakes.
Gotta earn
So
that.
it's midnight. This seems like an epic stopping place. Just getting out of the agreement with the Lord, hitting the cliffhanger of news of Milo's dad. The first news since any people have been asking about everybody, hints of anything. The first little snag, possible info of Thomas Quinn, to be had. I don't mind if we continue, but I know it's getting late. Yeah, I know it's getting late. Yeah, this seemed like the best place to stop because of the time and of the situation.
Good for
But
me.
Yeah. Sounds
yeah,
like
we'll have. It's looking like Swamp Expedition will be next week.
Mission
We had a
Swamp
couple
Ass.
weeks investigating the Chupacabra events. We had a skirmish last week, a scary one, and the journey into Hemlock was this week. So next week it's looking like we're gonna have an expedition into the swamp to look for the lost cart, the lost caravan.
Yeah.
See what becomes of that, and then hopefully maybe more news of Milo's dad. And that's really all we have. Thanks to everybody that's been watching. Have a good night, and we'll see you next week. Hopefully we get more people tuning in with the weeks to come as the story further unfolds. Thank you, everybody. And that's that.